You think you are free just because you are not in chains? I tell you, you are in a much deeper prison. The old slavery was visible. You could see the shackles. The modern slavery is invisible. It is in your mind. They give you a salary to buy your silence and a career to bury your soul. You are not a human being to them. You are just a fuel for their machine. Wake up, because a slave who thinks he is free will never even try to escape. My beloved ones, I see you. I see you running, I see you struggling, and I see the deep, heavy exhaustion in your eyes. You think you are free because you can choose which car to buy, which house to live in, or which politician to vote for. But let me tell you something that might hurt. You are a voluntary slave. And the most dangerous kind of slave is the one who believes he is free, because he will never even think of escaping. The society has played a very deep trick on you. It has bought your soul, and it didn't even have to pay a high price. It gave you a little bit of security, a little bit of respectability, a plastic success, and in exchange, you gave up your fire, your dance, and your very life. You have become a part of a massive, cold machine. And the machine does not want you to be a soul. It wants you to be a reliable, predictable gear. Before we dive deeper into this dark reality and find the light within it, I want to ask you if your heart feels a stir of recognition. If these words feel like a bell ringing in a long forgotten room of your being, then please subscribe to this channel. This is not just a channel, it is a gathering of seekers, of rebels who are tired of the lies. By subscribing, you are signaling to the universe and to the YouTube algorithm that you are ready for the truth. And if you find value in what we discussed today, clicking the like button is a simple way to help this message reach another soul who is still sleeping in their chains. You see, the modern world is a marketplace. In my Pune years, I used to say, be in the marketplace, but not of it. But today the marketplace has entered your very bedroom, your very mind. You are being sold ideas, emotions, and desires that are not your own. You are living a borrowed life. You have borrowed your religion from your parents, your politics from the news, and your ambitions from your neighbors. Where are you in all of this? If I strip away everything that was given to you by others, would anything remain? This is the most fundamental question a human being can ask, and it is a scary one. That is why people are so afraid of silence. They keep the television on, they scroll through their phones, they listen to music, not because they love music, but because they are terrified of the silence that would reveal their inner emptiness. They are afraid that if the noise stops, they will hear the rattling of their own chains. In my book, The Rebel, I make a very clear distinction that you must understand if you want to be free. There is the revolutionary, and then there is the rebel. The revolutionary is a political being. He wants to change the structure of the society. He thinks that if he changes the government, if he changes the economic system, if he replaces one set of leaders with another, then man will be happy. But he is wrong. He has been wrong for thousands of years. All revolutions have failed. They have only changed the color of the chains, never the fact of the slavery itself. The rebel is different. The rebel is a spiritual phenomena. He is not interested in changing the society. He is interested in changing himself. He knows that society does not exist as a separate entity. It is just a word. Only the individual is real. If you want a garden to be beautiful, you don't talk about the collective beauty of the garden. You look at each individual rose, each individual blade of grass. If the individuals are sleeping, the society will be a graveyard. If the individuals are rebels, the society will be a celebration. The system is terrified of the rebel. It loves the revolutionary, because the revolutionary is just another player in the same game of power. But the rebel drops the game entirely. The rebel says, I will not be a part of your madness. I will not be a machine. I will not be a useful member of a sick society. To be useful to this society means you must be a little bit dead. If you are too alive, you are dangerous. If you are too intelligent, you are a threat. The system needs people who are just intelligent enough to run the machines, but not intelligent enough to ask why. It needs people who are competitive, because competition keeps you divided. It needs people who are greedy, because greed keeps you consuming. But I am here to tell you that there is another way to live. A way that is not based on greed or fear, but on consciousness and love. This is what I call the new man. The old man is a slave to his conditioning. The new man is a master of his own soul. Now look at your life. Do you feel like a master, or do you feel like you are being dragged along by forces you don't understand? Most of you are living according to a script written by people who died long before you were born. Your morality, your shoulds and shouldn'ts are all fossils, and you are carrying these heavy stones on your back, wondering why you feel so tired. If you are finding this discourse helpful and you want to support the continued creation of these videos, I invite you to look at the join button. When you become a member, you are not just a viewer, you are a patron of this vision. Your support through becoming a member or using super thanks allows us to keep this flame burning without compromise. And if you want to go deeper into these teachings, our ebooks are available in the description below. They are maps for your journey out of the marketplace and back to yourself. Let's look at how this slavery begins. It begins the moment you are born. In Beyond Psychology, I explain that every child is born a rebel. No child is born a Christian, a Hindu, a communist, or a capitalist. Every child is born as a pure opening, a pure yes to life. But the parents are afraid. They are afraid that if the child remains an individual, he will suffer. They want him to be adjusted. But what does adjusted mean? It means being adjusted to a crazy world. If you are adjusted to a sick society, you are sick. To be healthy in a sick world is to be an outsider. So the parents, out of a misplaced sense of love, begin to crush the child's spirit. They teach him to obey. They teach him that good means obedient and bad means independent. This is the first wound. The child learns that to survive he must please others. He learns to wear a mask, and by the time he is 20, he has forgotten that he is even wearing a mask. He thinks the mask is his face. The school then takes over. The school is not there to give you education. It is there to give you conditioning. It teaches you to compete, to be first, to look at your fellow students as rivals. It kills your curiosity and replaces it with information. Information is dead. Curiosity is alive. Information is a burden. Intelligence is a wingspan. By the time you enter the marketplace of adulthood, you are already a broken individual. You are looking for a master, even if you don't realize it. You look for a boss to tell you what to do, a priest to tell you what to believe, and a spouse to tell you who you are. You have lost the capacity to stand alone, and because you cannot stand alone, you cannot be free. Freedom requires a tremendous courage. It requires the courage to be nobody. The world wants you to be somebody, a doctor, a liar, a prestigious person. But somebody is just a label on a cage. To be nobody means you are just a pure existence, like a tree or a bird. Have you ever seen a bird worried about its prestige? Have you ever seen a tree trying to be successful? They just are. And in that just being is a joy that no bank account can ever give you. I want you to pause for a moment. Take a deep breath. Feel the life moving in your body. That life doesn't care about your resume. It doesn't care about your failures or your successes. It is just a flame burning right now. That flame is your truth. Everything else is a lie. If you are ready to stop being a useful machine and start being a useless but ecstatic human being, stay with me. We are going to deconstruct the walls of your prison, stone by stone. But remember, I can only point the way. You are the one who has to walk it. I am not your leader. I am just a friend who has woken up a little earlier than you and is shaking you by the shoulders. If you value this shaking, if you feel it is time to wake up, show your support by hitting the like button and sharing this video with those who are still caught in the dream. The more people who wake up, the less power the machine has. And don't forget to check the join button to see how you can be a more integral part of this movement. The marketplace is loud, but your soul is quiet. The thirst for truth, what I call Satti ki pyas, is the only thing that can lead you out of this desert. But you have been taught to ignore that thirst. You have been given soda and alcohol and entertainment to distract you from the real water. You are thirsty for the eternal, but you are trying to satisfy it with the temporary. It will never work. You are a slave because you have forgotten your own royalty. You have forgotten that you are a child of the universe, not a product of a factory. You are here to celebrate, to love, to be. You are not here to produce and consume and then die. That is the life of a termite, not a human being. Let's move deeper into the mechanics of this conditioning. How did they buy your soul? They bought it with the currency of security. They told you, if you follow our rules, we will take care of you. We will give you a pension. We will give you insurance. We will give you a funeral. They sold you a safe grave in exchange for a wild life, and you, out of fear, said yes. But there is no such thing as security. Life is inherently insecure. The only secure place is the cemetery. To be alive is to be in danger. To be alive is to be a gambler. The rebel is a gambler who stakes his security for his freedom. He would rather be a hungry free man than a well-fed slave. Are you a gambler or are you a coward? Don't answer too quickly. Look at your life. Look at the compromises you make every day. You say things you don't mean. You do work you hate. You pretend to love people you can barely stand. Why? Because you are afraid of the consequences of being real. You are afraid that if you are real, the society will reject you. And let me tell you, the society will reject you. But that rejection is the greatest blessing that can happen to a man. When the society rejects you, you are finally free of it. When you are no longer trying to fit in, you can finally find out where you actually belong, and you belong to the stars, not to this small-minded crowd. Wait, don't go yet. We are just beginning to peel back the layers of this onion. The deeper we go, the more it might make you cry. But those tears will wash your eyes so you can see the truth. Before we continue to the next part of this journey, if you haven't already, please comment below with the word, "I am a rebel," if you are ready to reclaim your soul. It's a small step, but a powerful declaration. And if you want to support this message even further, use the Super Thanks feature. Every contribution helps us reach more slaves who are ready to become kings of their own inner kingdom. Stay with me. The nearness of truth is often uncomfortable, but it is the only thing that can set you free. This nearness of truth is often uncomfortable because it requires you to drop all your cozy blankets. You have lived in a warm, dark room of illusions, and I am here to open the windows and let the harsh, bright sunlight in. It will hurt your eyes at first. You will want to close them. You will want to go back to sleep. But once you have seen even a glimpse of the light, you can never truly be happy in the dark again. Let us look closer at this mechanism of conditioning, this invisible web that was spun around you before you even knew who you were. In Beyond Psychology, I speak about the first step toward freedom, and that step is to realize that you are a programmed entity. You think your thoughts are your own. They are not. They are echoes of your teachers, your priests, your parents, and your politicians. If you look inside, you will find a crowd. You are never alone. You are always surrounded by these ghosts of the past. When a child is born, he is a pure, silent potential. He is like a clean mirror. But the parents are afraid of this silence. They are afraid of this mirror because the mirror might reflect their own ugliness, their own falseness. So they immediately begin to paint on the mirror. They tell the child, you are a Christian, you are a patriot, you are a boy, you must not cry, you are a girl, you must be submissive. By the time the child is 7 years old, the mirror is completely covered with layers of paint. He can no longer see himself. He can only see the image that the society has painted upon him. And why does the society do this? Because an unconditioned child is a rebel. A child who has not been poisoned by suds and students will grow up to be an individual. And an individual is uncontrollable. You cannot lead an individual into a war. You cannot make an individual work in a boring factory for 40 years just to buy a bigger car. You cannot make an individual follow a stupid priest or a corrupt politician. The individual will say, no, I will live my life according to my own light. The system doesn't want rebels, it wants citizens. And a citizen is just a polite word for a slave who pays taxes. The system wants you to be a useful machine. Look at the language we use. We talk about human resources. Think about that phrase. It is one of the most disgusting phrases ever invented. You are not a resource for the state or for a corporation. You are not a piece of coal to be burnt to produce energy for the economy. You are a soul. You are an end in yourself, not a means to someone else's end. But from the very beginning, you are taught that your value depends on your utility. If you are a doctor, you are valuable. If you are a famous actor, you are valuable. But if you are just a human being sitting under a tree, enjoying the breeze, the society thinks you are a failure. It calls you lazy. It calls you unproductive. But I tell you, that person sitting under the tree doing nothing is much more alive and much more successful in the eyes of existence than the billionaire who is suffering from an ulcer and cannot sleep without pills. This obsession with doing is a way to keep you from being. If you are constantly busy, you don't have time to look within. The society keeps you in a state of constant tension, constant competition. It tells you that there is a ladder and you must climb it. But nobody ever asks where the ladder leads. Everyone is just pushing and pulling, trying to get to the next run. And when you get to the top of the ladder, what do you find? Nothing. There is nowhere to go. You have spent your whole life climbing, and you have missed the flowers, you have missed the birds, you have missed the love, you have missed yourself. In The Rebel, I explain that the only way to break this cycle is to become a rebel. But remember, a rebel is not a revolutionary. A revolutionary is still obsessed with the outside. He wants to change the laws, the government, the distribution of wealth. He thinks that if he takes the money from the rich and gives it to the poor, everything will be fine. But it won't be. You can change the government as many times as you want. But as long as the human mind remains greedy, fearful, and unconscious, the new government will be just as oppressive as the old one. We have seen this happen again and again throughout history. The French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, they all started with high ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. But what did they end with? They ended with guillotines, with gulags, with even more sophisticated forms of slavery. Because the revolutionary forgets one thing: you cannot create a free society with unfree individuals. The rebel is different. The rebel says, I don't care about your governments. I don't care about your ideologies. I am going to drop my own conditioning. I am going to wash the paint off my mirror. This is a spiritual act. It is the only act that is truly sacred. When you drop your conditioning, you are no longer a part of the crowd. You are alone. And that aloneness is beautiful. It is not loneliness. Loneliness is the absence of the other. Aloneness is the presence of the self. In Satya Ki Pyas, I tell the story of the old man who went blind. He had many sons and many daughters-in-law, and they all had eyes. He thought, I have 34 eyes in my house. Why do I need my own? Surely, with so many eyes around me, I will be safe. This is exactly how you are living. You are living through the eyes of others. You are using the eyes of the Bible, the eyes of the Quran, the eyes of Marx, the eyes of Freud, but you are blind. No matter how many eyes are in the house, if you are blind, your world is dark. You cannot see the sun through someone else's description of it. You cannot know the taste of water by reading a chemistry book. You have to drink it yourself. You have to see it yourself. But the society is terrified of you seeing for yourself. It wants you to stay in the collective blindness because that makes you easy to manage. If you start seeing for yourself, you will see that the king is naked. You will see that the holy scriptures are full of nonsense. You will see that the great leaders are just small, egoistic men who are hungry for power. You have been taught that it is a virtue to believe. I tell you, belief is a poison. Belief means you have accepted someone else's truth without experiencing it. If you believe in God, you have stopped searching for God. If you believe in love, you have stopped exploring the reality of love. Belief is a way to close the mind. Doubt is the way to open it. I want you to be more doubtful. I want you to be more skeptical. Not in a cynical way, but in a way that is hungry for the real. Don't believe me. I am not here to give you another belief system. I have no ism. I am here to take away your beliefs so that you can find the truth that is hidden behind them. The truth is not something you find in a book. It is not a destination. It is a quality of your consciousness. It is the way you walk, the way you breathe, the way you look at a tree. When you are silent, when you are present, when you are not divided by thoughts and judgments, you are in the truth. And in that truth, there is a freedom that no dictator can take away from you. The modern world is a very sophisticated prison. In the old days, slaves had chains on their feet. You could see them, you could hear them, but today the chains are in your mind. They have been woven into your very neural pathways. You are a voluntary slave because you have been made to love your chains. You have been made to believe that your job, your mortgage, your status, and your rights are what make you a man. But you are more than any role you play. You are not a father, you are not a worker, you are not a citizen. Those are just masks. Behind the mask is a vast, infinite ocean of consciousness. And that ocean is what I want you to discover. The society wants you to stay in the shallow water, playing with the sand and the shells. It tells you that the deep water is dangerous, and it is. The deep water is where the old you will drown, but it is also where the new man is born. The old man is the man of the past. the man of tradition, the man of the church, the man of the nation. The new man is the man of the present. He has no past. He has no history. He is a rebel because he is fresh. He is like a river that is constantly moving, constantly renewing itself. He doesn't carry the mud of yesterday into today. Are you carrying the mud of yesterday? Are you still angry about what your father did to you? Are you still feeling guilty about something you did 10 years ago? Are you still clinging to a religion that doesn't make sense to you? If you are a slave to the dead. You are a graveyard. Drop the dead. Let the dead bury the dead. You are alive. Your only responsibility is to your own life, to your own joy. And joy is the most rebellious act you can perform. The society is miserable, and it wants you to be miserable too. Misery is normal. If you are miserable, people will sympathize with you. If you are happy, people will be jealous of you. If you are ecstatic, they will think you are crazy. I say to you, be crazy. Be so happy that you become a nuisance to the miserable world. Be so free that your very presence makes the slaves uncomfortable. This is the only way to help the world, not by preaching to people, but by being a living example of what it means to be a soul. When you become a rebel, you lose your fear. Fear is the foundation of all slavery. Fear of death, fear of poverty, fear of what people will say. But once you realize that you are an eternal consciousness, that you were never born and will never die, what is there to fear? Once you realize that the people whose opinions you worry about are just as lost and confused as you are, why listen to them? You are a lion who has been raised among sheep. You have learned to bleat like a sheep. You have learned to follow the shepherd. But one day you look into a mirror, or you look into the eyes of a master, and you see that you are not a sheep. You are a lion. And the moment you realize you are a lion, you don't even have to fight the sheep. You just roar. And in that roar, the sheep disappears. The conditioning disappears. This roar is your satya ki pyas, your thirst for the real. It has been suppressed for so long, but it is still there. It is the restlessness in your heart. It is the feeling that there must be more to life than this. And I am telling you, there is more. There is an infinity more. But to reach it, you must be willing to leave the shore. The shore is safe. but it is not where the treasure is. The treasure is in the depth. You have been told to stay on the surface, to be reasonable, to be practical. But practical people are the most boring people on earth. They are the ones who make sure the machines keep running, but they never know why they are running them. I am not interested in practical people. I am interested in the poets, the dancers, the meditators, the lovers. I am interested in those who are willing to lose their minds to find their souls. Because the mind is just a collection of computer programs. It is useful for mathematics, it is useful for engineering, but it is useless for living. To live, you need a heart. And to be a soul, you need a consciousness that is beyond the heart. This is the journey from the marketplace to the temple. Not a temple made of stone, but the temple of your own being. In the marketplace, everything has a price. In the temple, everything is a gift. The society has tried to put a price on you. It has tried to buy your time, your energy, and your spirit. And you have sold it for pennies. But it is not too late. As long as you are breathing, you can reclaim your soul. You can say, enough. I will not be a part of this auction anymore. I am not for sale. This is the beginning of the rebel. And the moment you say no to the false, the yes to the true begins to happen on its own. The false is loud and aggressive. The true is silent and patient. You have been listening to the noise for so long that you have forgotten how to listen to the silence. But it is in the silence that the truth speaks. Not in words, but in a deep, vibrating presence. When you sit in silence, you will feel a tremendous discomfort at first. On the voices of your conditioning will start shouting at you. Your mother will tell you that you are wasting your time. Your boss will tell you that you should be working. Your priest will tell you that you are being selfish. Let them shout. Just watch them. Don't fight them. If you fight them, you are still giving them power. Just observe them as if you are watching a movie. As you watch, you will realize that you are not these voices, you are the one who is listening. This is the great discovery. You are the observer, not the observed. You are the consciousness in which the thoughts appear, but you are not the thoughts. Once you realize this, you are free. You have stepped out of the machine. The machine can still use your body, it can still use your brain, but it cannot touch you. You are now an outsider living in the inside. You are in the marketplace, but you are not of it. You can do your work, You can play your roles, but you are always anchored in your own inner silence. You are a rebel in the most profound sense. This rebellion does not require guns or bombs. It requires only awareness. Awareness is the ultimate weapon. It is like a light that you bring into a dark room. You don't have to fight the darkness with a sword. You just turn on the light, and the darkness is gone. Conditioning is darkness. Awareness is the light. You have been told that you are a sinner. I tell you, there is no such thing as sin. There is only unconsciousness. You have been told that you need to be saved. I tell you, you are already saved. You just haven't noticed it yet. You are a Buddha who has fallen asleep and is dreaming that he is a beggar. All I am doing is shaking you. I am not giving you anything you don't already have. I am just pointing to the diamond that is hidden in your own pocket while you are begging for coins in the street. The society has made you a beggar so that it can feel like a benefactor. It has made you feel small so that it can feel big. It has made you feel guilty so that it can control you. But I tell you, you are a child of the universe. The stars are made of the same stuff as your soul. You have a right to be here. You have a right to be happy. You have a right to be free. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't let the politicians, the priests, or the CEOs buy your soul. It is the only thing you have that is real. Everything else, your body, your money, your reputation, will be taken away by death. Only your consciousness will remain. If you have spent your life decorating the cage and neglecting the bird, what will you have at the end? Set the bird free. Let it fly into the unknown. The unknown is the only place where God can be found. The known is just a recycled past. It is a prison. The unknown is the open sky. It is dangerous, yes, but it is also where the ecstasy is. You have been living in a very small world, a world of petty desires and petty fears. I am inviting you into a vast world, a world of infinite mystery. But to enter this world, you must leave your certainties behind. You must be willing to be unadjusted. You must be willing to be a rebel. The choice is yours. You can continue to be a voluntary slave, a comfortable gear in a dying machine, or you can reclaim your soul and become a living, breathing, dancing part of the cosmos. The path is not easy. It will require you to face your shadows. It will require you to stand alone. But I promise you, one moment of true freedom is worth more than 1,000 years of secure slavery. Listen to your heart. Does it not beat faster at the thought of being free? Does it not ache for the truth? That ache is the most precious thing you have. It is the seed of the new man. Water it with meditation, protect it with awareness, and one day it will bloom into a flower of such beauty that you will wonder why you ever lived in the dark for so long. The world is changing. The old structures are collapsing. The old religions are dying. This is a time of great danger, but it is also a time of great opportunity. The machine is glitching. People are starting to wake up. They are starting to see the invisible chains. And that is why the system is becoming more and more desperate, more and more controlling. But the system cannot win against awareness. It can kill the body, but it cannot kill the soul. It can control the behavior, but it cannot control the consciousness of a man who has decided to be free. So, my beloved ones, I invite you to join this silent revolution. Not a revolution of the fist, but a revolution of the heart. Become a rebel. Reclaim your soul. Roar like the lion you are, and let the world know that you are no longer for sale. The marketplace is full of people trying to buy your soul, but your soul is not a commodity. It is a flame, and a flame cannot be bought. It can only be shared. I am sharing my flame with you, not to give you light, but to ignite your own. Wake up. The sun is rising, and it is time to leave the graveyard of the past. Your life is waiting for you. Your freedom is waiting for you. Your soul is waiting for you. Don't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow is a trick of the mind to keep you in the prison of today. Act now. Be now. Free now. This act of being free now is not a decision of the mind. It is a realization of the heart. You have been trained to think that freedom is something you will achieve one day, after you have worked hard, after you have saved enough money, after you have retired. But that is the greatest lie of all. Freedom is not a destination. It is the very quality of your being in this moment. If you are not free right now, you will never be free, because tomorrow never comes. Tomorrow is just a way for the mind to postpone the truth. Let us look at the nature of this borrowed life you are living. In Satya Ki Pyas, I speak about the tragedy of living through the eyes of others. Think about it. Everything you know about yourself is a report from someone else. Your mother said you were a good boy, and you believed her. Your teacher said you were not good at mathematics, and you believed her. Your boss says you are valuable, and you feel happy. Your neighbor says you are weird, and you feel hurt. You are like a piece of paper on which everyone is writing their own notes. Where is your own handwriting? You have become a collection of opinions. You are a crowd of voices, and because you are a crowd, you are constantly in conflict. One part of you wants to be a saint, another part wants to be a sinner. One part wants to be successful, another part wants to be a hippie. This inner division is exactly what the society wants, because a divided man is a weak man. A man who is at war with himself cannot stand up to the external forces of oppression. He is too busy fighting his own shadows. The society has created a very subtle psychology of self-condemnation. It makes you feel that you are never enough. You must have a better job. You must have a more beautiful body. You must be more spiritual. This constant becoming is the fuel that runs the machine. If you were ever to simply be, the machine would stop. If you were to look in the mirror and say, I am perfectly okay as I am in this very moment, the entire economic and religious structure of the world would collapse. The advertisers would have nothing to sell you, and the priests would have no heaven to offer you. But you have been taught that self-acceptance is egoistic. I tell you, self-acceptance is the end of the ego. The ego is always trying to be something else. It is always looking for a future, for a goal, for a more. To be content with yourself as you are, without any desire to change, is the most radical act of rebellion possible. It is to step out of the game of competition. In The Rebel, I talk about how the society wants you to be a useful member. But have you noticed that the things that are most useful are usually the most dead? A hammer is useful. A computer is useful. A car is useful. Are you a hammer? Are you a computer? The most beautiful things in life are completely useless. What is the use of a sunrise? What is the use of a rose? What is the use of a child's laughter? You cannot sell these things. You cannot eat them. You cannot use them to build a skyscraper. Yet, without them, life would not be worth living. You have been forced to become a useful thing, and in that process, you have lost your useless soul. You have been told that you must justify your existence. But I tell you, existence doesn't need justification. You are here because the universe wanted you to be here. You are a unique expression of the divine. You don't need to do anything to earn your place in the sun. The sun shines on you for free. The air enters your lungs for free. The stars dance for you for free. The state and the church have convinced you that you are a debtor. They tell you that you owe a debt to your country, to your parents, to your God, and to pay this debt, you must sacrifice your life. You must die on a battlefield for a flag that is just a piece of cloth. You must spend your days in a cubicle for a corporation that doesn't know your name. You must follow rituals that have no meaning for your heart. This sacrifice is praised as the highest virtue. But who is it a virtue for? It is a virtue for the vampire. The state is a vampire that feeds on the blood of the living. The church is a parasite that feeds on the fear of the unknown. They want you to be a martyr because a martyr is a dead hero. And a dead hero is very easy to manage. A living rebel is much more difficult. Look at the education system. It is designed to kill your intelligence and replace it with information. Information is something you get from others. Intelligence is something that grows from within you. A man can be a walking encyclopedia and still be a total idiot. He can know everything about the past and be completely blind to the present. The system loves knowledgeable people because they are safe. They have answers for everything, but they have no questions for anything. Intelligence is the capacity to ask why. Intelligence is the capacity to doubt. Intelligence is the capacity to see that the holy traditions are often just holy superstitions. The education system doesn't want you to be intelligent. It wants you to be a skilled technician. It wants you to be able to fix the machine, not to wonder if the machine is worth fixing. This is where beyond psychology becomes so relevant. We have to go beyond the psychology of the normal man, because the normal man is a catastrophe. If you look at human history, what has the normal man done? He has fought 3,000 wars in 3,000 years. He has created gas chambers, nuclear bombs, and environmental destruction. He has tortured and killed the very people who tried to wake him up: Socrates, Jesus, Mansoor. If this is normal, then to be abnormal is the only way to be sane. The society calls me dangerous, and I agree. I am dangerous because I am trying to give you back your own eyes. I am trying to take away the crutches you have been leaning on. People who have been walking on crutches for a long time are afraid to let them go. They think the crutches are their legs. They are afraid that if they drop the crutches, they will fall. But I say to you, you will only fall for a moment, and in that falling, you will discover that you have legs of your own. You will discover that you can not only walk, but you can dance. The conditioning starts so early that it becomes your second nature. But it is not your nature. Your nature is silent. Your conditioning is noisy. Your nature is a flow. Your conditioning is a stagnant pool. Your nature is innocent. Your conditioning is moral. Think about this word morality. The society uses it to mean conformity. If you do what everyone else is doing, you are moral. If you do what your own heart says, even if it goes against the crowd, you are immoral. But I tell you, the only true morality is to be true to yourself. If you are a thief, be a conscious thief. If you are a lover, be a conscious lover. But whatever you do, let it come from your own center, not from a rule book. When you act from a rule book, you are a machine. When you act from your own consciousness, you are a human being. And the world is afraid of human beings. It prefers machines because machines are predictable. You can know exactly what a machine will do, but a human being is unpredictable. A human being is a mystery, and you cannot control a mystery. You have been made to fear your own mystery. You have been told that your instincts are dangerous, that your desires are sinful, that your unconscious is a dark pit of monsters. So you live on the very surface of yourself. You live in the porch of your own palace, while the rooms of the palace are filled with dust and cobwebs. You are afraid to go inside because you don't know what you will find. But I tell you, there are no monsters inside. There are only the shadows of your own fear. When you bring the light of awareness into the basement of your being, the shadows disappear. What you find instead is a tremendous energy, a fountain of creativity, a peace that passeth all understanding. The new man I speak of in the rebel is a man who is integrated. He is not divided between the higher and the lower. He is not a monk who hates his body, and he is not a materialist who denies his soul. He is what I call Zorba the Buddha. Zorba is the man of the earth. He loves his wine, he loves his dance, he loves his woman. He is not afraid of the senses. He lives with intensity. But Zorba is missing something. He has no silence. He is a beautiful body, but he is a bit shallow. Buddha is the man of the sky. He is silent. He is meditative. He is beyond the senses. But Buddha is also missing something. He has no roots in the earth. He is a beautiful soul, but he is a bit ethereal. The new man is the synthesis of both. He has his feet firmly on the ground and his head in the stars. He can dance in the marketplace and meditate in the forest. He is not a slave to his body, and he is not a slave to his soul. He is the master of both. This is the only way to be a complete human being. Any other way is a form of half living. The church wants you to be a half man, a soul without a body. The marketplace wants you to be a half man, a body without a soul. Both are trying to castrate you. Both are trying to diminish your totality. A total man is a rebel because his very existence is a contradiction to all the systems of the world. He cannot be labeled. Is he a materialist? No. Is he a spiritualist? No. He is just a living, breathing, pulsing reality. To become this new man, you must first go through a cleansing. You must vomit out all the knowledge that has been forced down your throat. You must unlearn. This is much more difficult than learning. To learn something, you just need a memory. To unlearn something, you need an ego death. You have to admit that you were wrong. You have to admit that your parents were wrong. You have to admit that your culture is a lie. This is what I call the first step toward freedom in Beyond Psychology. It is a process of disidentification. You are not your name. You are not your nationality. You are not your religion. You are not your degrees. These are all things that have been added to you. They are like your clothes. You are the one who is wearing the clothes. When you sit in meditation, the goal is to reach a point where you are naked. Not physically naked, but psychologically naked. No labels, no thoughts, no past, just a pure isness. In that isness, you find your soul. And you find that your soul is not yours alone. It is the soul of the entire universe. You are a drop of water that has realized it is the ocean. And once you realize you are the ocean, who can buy you? What price can they offer? Can they offer you money? You are already the master of all the treasures of existence. Can they offer you power? You are already the power that moves the stars. Can they offer you security? You are eternal. You cannot be destroyed. The slaves of the modern world are slaves because they feel poor. They feel like they are missing something. And the society exploits this feeling of missing. It tells you, if you buy this car, you will be complete. If you get this promotion, you will be respected. If you follow this guru, you will be enlightened. It keeps you in a state of constant not yet. But I say to you, you are already there. You are already enlightened. You just haven't noticed it yet. You are already a king. You are just dressed like a beggar. The only thing that is missing is awareness. Not more money, not more status, not more knowledge, just more awareness. Look at the way you move through your day. Are you aware of your steps? Are you aware of your breath? Are you aware of the words you are speaking? Most of the time, you are a zombie. You are acting out of habit. You are reacting to stimuli like a laboratory rat. When someone insults you, you get angry. You don't choose to get angry. The anger just happens. You are a reaction machine. The rebel is a response machine, not a reaction machine. A reaction is mechanical. A response is conscious. When someone insults a rebel, he doesn't immediately get angry. He looks at the person. He looks at the insult. He looks at his own inner state, and then out of that awareness he responds. Maybe he laughs, maybe he remains silent, maybe he says, "Thank you, you have pointed out something I need to look at." Whatever he does, he is the master of the situation. He is not a puppet whose strings are being pulled by someone else. This is the true meaning of freedom from. Most people want freedom too. Freedom to do what they want. Freedom to travel. Freedom to speak. But the more important freedom is freedom from. Freedom from the past, freedom from conditioning, freedom from the ego. If you have freedom too, but no freedom from, you will just use your freedom to create new chains. You will travel to new places, but carry your old miserable self with you. You will speak new words, but they will be the same old lies. In Satya Ki Pyas, I emphasize that the thirst for truth is the only thing that matters. But this thirst is often buried under a pile of satisfactions. You are satisfied with your small life. You are satisfied with your small family, your small job, your small god. This satisfaction is a kind of death. It is the peace of the graveyard. I want to make you dissatisfied. I want to wake up the hunger in you. I want you to realize that you are eating plastic foods and drinking poisonous water. I want you to feel the emptiness of your success. This dissatisfaction is the beginning of the search. Without it, you will never move. You will just sit in your cage and wait for the owner to feed you. The owner, the society, feeds you just enough to keep you working, but not enough to make you strong. It gives you entertainment to distract you, religion to comfort you, and politics to give you the illusion of choice. It is a very well managed farm, and you are the cattle. Some of the cattle are revolutionary cattle. They want a new farmer. They want a farmer who will give them more hay and a cleaner barn. But they are still cattle. They never think of leaving the farm altogether. They never think of becoming wild. The rebel is the one who jumps over the fence and disappears into the forest. He doesn't want a new farmer. He wants to be his own master. He knows that in the forest there are no guarantees. There is no free hay. There is danger. There are predators. But there is also the sky. There is also the wind. There is also the thrill of being alive. Are you ready to be wild? Or are you too attached to the hay? Don't be deceived by the modernity of your slavery. The modern slave doesn't wear rags, he wears a suit. He doesn't live in a hut, he lives in a penthouse. But he is still a slave. He is a slave to his image. He is a slave to his standard of living. He is a slave to the fear that if he loses his job, he will be nothing. A man who is afraid of losing his job is a man who has already lost his soul. He has sold his life for a paycheck. He is spending the best hours of his day, the best years of his life, doing something he doesn't love, to buy things he doesn't need, to impress people he doesn't like. If this is not slavery, what is? And the most tragic part is that he calls this responsibility. He says, I have to do this for my children. But what is he teaching his children? He is teaching them how to be slaves. He is passing on the infection of conformity to the next generation. He is making sure that the machine will have fresh human resources 20 years from someday. A truly responsible father would be a rebel. He would show his children how to be free. He would show them how to follow their own joy, even if it leads to poverty. He would show them that it is better to be a happy beggar than a miserable millionaire. He would give them the courage to be themselves. But to give courage, you must have courage. You cannot give what you do not have, and you have been taught that courage is dangerous. You have been taught that caution is a virtue. Safety first, they say. But I say to you, life first. Safety is for the dead. The safe life is a life of no growth. Growth only happens at the edge. Growth only happens when you are willing to step into the unknown. If you only do what you have always done, you will only be what you have always been. And what you have always been is a product of the marketplace. I am looking for those who are tired of being products. I am looking for those who want to be creators. And the first thing you must create is yourself. You must give birth to yourself. Your parents only gave birth to your body. Your soul is your own responsibility. In Beyond Psychology, I discuss the idea of harakiri, the Japanese ritual of suicide. But I am not talking about physical suicide. I am talking about the suicide of the false self. You must be willing to let the you that the society created die, so that the you that existence created can be born. This is the second birth. This is what it means to be a twice born. This death of the ego is the most terrifying thing in the world. It feels like falling into an abyss. It feels like losing your mind. And in a way it is. You are losing your conditioned mind. You are losing your borrowed identity. But what you gain is the whole universe. When the ego dies, the wall between you and existence disappears. You are no longer an island. You are part of the continent. You are no longer a separate wave. You are the ocean itself. And in that union there is a bliss that is eternal. This bliss is your birthright. It is why you were born. But to reach it, you must be willing to drop the soul that the marketplace sold you and find the soul that was never for sale. The marketplace is a loud place, full of shouting and bargaining. But if you listen closely, underneath the noise, there is a silence. If you look closely, underneath the neon lights, there is a darkness that is full of stars. That silence, that darkness is your true home. Don't let them tell you that you are a sinner who needs to repent. Don't let them tell you that you are a patient who needs to be cured. Don't let them tell you that you are a consumer who needs to be satisfied. You are a miracle. You are a mystery. You are a light unto yourself. As I said in Satya Ki Pyas, don't search for the truth in the words of others. Search for the truth in your own thirst. The thirst itself is the guide. If you are thirsty, it means that water exists. If your heart longs for freedom, it means that freedom is possible. The longing is the proof. But don't try to satisfy that longing with substitutes. Don't try to satisfy it with religion or ideology. Those are just pictures of water. They will not quench your thirst. You need the real thing. And the real thing is found in meditation. Meditation is nothing but the art of being alone and being happy in that aloneness. It is the art of watching your mind without being caught in it. It is the art of dropping the past and the future and simply being in the here and now. In the here and now, there is no slavery. Slavery requires a past, your conditioning, and a future, your fears and desires. If you are fully in the present moment, you are free. The machine cannot catch you in the present because the machine is made of time. The present is outside of time. It is a window into eternity. This is the brutal warning I have for you. The window is open, but it will not stay open forever. Your body is aging. Your time is running out. The society is closing in. If you don't jump now, you may never jump. You will die as a voluntary slave, and your life will have been a wasted opportunity. But if you jump, if you decide to be a rebel, if you decide to reclaim your soul, then even a single moment of that freedom will be more valuable than all the gold in the world. In that moment, you will know what it means to be truly human. You will know what it means to be a Buddha. Look into your own heart. Is there a spark of fire there? Is there a small, quiet voice that says yes? If there is, follow it. Don't listen to your mind. Your mind is a traitor. It is an agent of the society. Listen to your heart. Listen to your silence. The marketplace is full of souls for sale, but your soul is a flame that cannot be bought. Protect it, feed it, let it grow until it becomes a sun that lights your whole path. You are not a machine. You are not a resource. You are a soul. Remember this. Live this. And the chains will fall away of their own accord. This being now is not a static state. It is a dynamic, overflowing river. It is the only point where the horizontal line of time meets the vertical line of eternity. But you have been taught to live only on the horizontal line, the line of the past and the future, the line of was and will be. This horizontal line is the marketplace. It is where you bargain with life. But the vertical line is the temple, where you live life in its totality. Look at your so-called respectability. What is it? It is nothing but a bribe. The society says, if you behave like a sheep, we will call you a good sheep. We will give you a certificate. We will give you a trophy. We will give you a seat in the front row. And you are so hungry for this respect because you don't respect yourself. A man who respects himself doesn't care whether the world respects him or not. His self-respect is enough. It is a light that shines from within. But the respectability given by the society is like a lamp that someone else holds. They can take it away at any moment, and you will be left in the dark. This is the psychological slavery I speak about in Beyond Psychology. You have been made a reactionary being. Your happiness depends on others' praise, and your sadness depends on others' criticism. You are not the master of your own moods. If I want you to be angry, I just have to say a few insulting words. If I want you to be happy, I just have to flatter you. You are a puppet. The strings are in the hands of the crowd. And the crowd is not even aware of what it is doing. It is just acting out its own conditioning. The rebel is the one who cuts these strings. He says, you can praise me, you can criticize me, you can even kill me, but you cannot define me. My definition comes from my own interiority. This is the beginning of the new man. The old man is a social animal. The new man is a spiritual individual. The old man is a part of the whole. The new man is the whole itself, manifesting in a unique way. In the rebel, I emphasize that the society is terrified of this individuality because it cannot be predicted. If you are a Christian, the society knows exactly what you will do on a Sunday. If you are a communist, the society knows exactly what you will say about capitalism. But if you are a rebel, nobody knows what you will do in the next moment, not even you, because your action will be a response to the present moment, not a reaction from the past. You will be fresh like a dewdrop in the morning sun. This freshness is what the world is missing. The world is stale. It is full of old ideas, old religions, old politics, and old prejudices. It is a graveyard, and you are living in this graveyard, trying to find meaning in the inscriptions on the tombstones. You go to the university to learn what dead men said. You go to the church to pray to a God that was invented by dead men. You follow laws that were written by dead men. I tell you, Let the dead bury their dead. You are alive. Your responsibility is to the living moment. And to be responsible to the living moment means you must be ready to drop everything that is dead within you. You must be ready to undergo a harikiri of the ego, as I discussed in Beyond Psychology. The Japanese samurai understood something very profound about honor and death. But the ritual of harikiri has been misunderstood. It is not about killing the body. It is about the ultimate courage to face the end of the self. When a man is ready to die for his truth, he becomes immortal. Not because his body will live forever, but because he has touched a dimension of his being that is beyond death. You are a voluntary slave because you are afraid of this death. You are afraid that if you don't follow the rules, you will be destroyed. But what is there to destroy? Your ego? It is already a ghost. Your status? It is just a dream. Your security? It is a lie. The only thing that is real is your consciousness, and consciousness cannot be destroyed. In Satya Ki Pyas, I speak about the blind man who thought he was safe because there were 34 eyes in his house. This is the state of modern humanity. You think you are safe because you have the eyes of the scientists, the eyes of the politicians, the eyes of the experts. You have outsourced your vision. You don't look at the world yourself. You look at it through the lens of the media, the lens of the textbooks, the lens of the latest research. But the experts are just as blind as you are. They are just blind men who have studied the theory of light. They have never seen a single ray of sun. They have only read about it in other books written by other blind men. This is what you call knowledge. I call it organized ignorance. The rebel drops all this borrowed knowledge. He says, I want to see for myself. Even if I only see a little bit, it will be my vision. And my little bit of vision is more valuable than all the libraries of the world. This is the first step toward freedom. It is a very humble step, but it is the step of a giant. You have been told to be smart, to be knowledgeable, to be intellectual. But the intellectual is the most enslaved person on earth. He is a prisoner of his own logic. He is caught in a web of words. He can argue about God for 1,000 years, but he has never felt the silence of a single flower. He can write a thesis on love, but his heart is a desert. The new man is not an intellectual. He is an intelligent being. And intelligence is a function of the heart, not the brain. The brain is a computer. The heart is a mirror. The brain can only process what is already known. The heart can reflect the unknown. To be intelligent means to be sensitive. It means to be able to feel the pulse of existence. This brings us to the concept of Zorba the Buddha. The marketplace wants you to be Zorba, but a degraded Zorba. A Zorba who only consumes. A Zorba who is a slave to his lusts and greeds. The church wants you to be Buddha, but a degraded Buddha. A Buddha who is a stone statue. A Buddha who is afraid of life. A Buddha who has escaped into a beyond because he couldn't handle the here. I want you to be a Zorba who is also a Buddha. I want you to enjoy the world with the intensity of a lover and the silence of a meditator. This is the ultimate rebellion, to be in the world but not of it, to eat, to drink, to dance, to love, but to remain a witness through it all. When you are a Zorba the Buddha, the society cannot touch you. It cannot tempt you with its success because you already have a deeper success within. It cannot threaten you with its failure because your joy does not depend on external results. You are a sovereign individual. You are a king in your own right. The modern slave is a man who is split. He is divided against himself. He wants to be good, but he feels bad. He wants to be spiritual, but he feels materialistic. This division is a form of neurosis, and the society thrives on this neurosis. It gives you psychiatrists to help you adjust to your neurosis. It gives you priests to help you confess your neurosis, but it never helps you to transcend your neurosis. I am not here to help you adjust to a sick society. I am here to help you become so healthy that you are unadjustable. I want to give you a health that is so radiant that it acts as a medicine for those around you. And that health is nothing but wholeness. To be whole is to be holy. Look at the flowers in the field. They are whole. They don't have a higher self and a lower self. They are just what they are. Look at the animals. They are whole. Only man is divided. Only man has been told that his nature is evil and must be suppressed. This suppression is the root of all your misery. What you suppress doesn't go away. It just goes into the basement of your unconscious and starts to rot. And that rot spreads through your whole life. It comes out as anger, as violence, as perversion, as greed. The civilized man is just a volcano that is waiting to erupt. The rebel does not suppress, he transforms. He knows that the same energy that becomes lust can become love. The same energy that becomes anger can become compassion. The same energy that becomes greed can become sharing. It is the same energy. It is only a matter of the level of your consciousness. If your consciousness is low, your energy moves in low ways. If your consciousness is high, your energy moves in high ways. But the energy itself is neutral. It is like electricity. You can use electricity to kill a man in an electric chair, or you can use it to light up a hospital. The electricity is not good or bad. It is your awareness that decides how it will be used. The society has tried to control your energy by labeling it. It has told you that your sexual energy is sinful. This is the greatest crime ever committed against humanity. Sex is the very source of life. It is the most sacred energy in the universe. But by calling it sinful, the society has made you feel guilty about your very existence. And a man who feels guilty can never be free. Guilt is the ultimate chain. I tell you, drop all guilt. You are not a sinner. You are a part of nature, and nature is divine. Your desires are not wrong, they are just misplaced. You are looking for infinite satisfaction in finite things. You are looking for eternal love in temporary relationships. You are looking for the ocean in a puddle. The thirst for truth, satya ki pyas, is the refined form of your desires. It is the same fire, but instead of burning your house down, it is now lighting your path. When you realize that no object in the world can ever satisfy you, your energy naturally starts to turn inward. This is meditation. It is not a doing, it is a turning. It is a 180-degree turn of your consciousness. Suddenly you see that the treasure you were looking for out there was always in here. The modern slave is looking for the treasure in the marketplace. He is looking for it in the bank, in the office, in the shopping mall. But the rebel knows that the marketplace is only for exchanging things, not for finding yourself. The marketplace has bought your soul by giving you substitutes for yourself. It has given you a personality instead of an individuality. A personality is a social construct. It is what you show to others. An individuality is your authentic being. It is what you are in the dark when nobody is watching. Most people are terrified of their own individuality. They feel empty when they are alone. But that emptiness is not nothingness, it is a womb. It is the space in which the new man can be born. But to stay in that space, you need a tremendous patience. You need the capacity to be useless. The society has made you obsessed with usefulness. What is the use of this? What is the profit in that? This is the language of the slave driver. I want you to be useless. I want you to spend time just sitting, just walking, just looking at the clouds. I want you to do things for the sheer joy of doing them, with no goal in mind. When you do something for no reason, you are free. When you do something because you have to, or because it will get you something, you are a slave to the result. The rebel is a man of play, not a man of work. For the rebel, even the most difficult task is a dance. For the slave, even the most pleasant activity is a burden. This is the brutal warning of the new century. The machine is taking over all the useful tasks. Artificial intelligence, robots, automation, they will soon be doing everything that you can't work. If your value is based on your usefulness, you will soon be obsolete. You will be a useless machine that has been replaced by a better machine. This is a great crisis, but it is also a great opportunity. For the first time in history, humanity has the chance to be free from work. But because you have been conditioned to be workers, you are terrified of this freedom. You don't know what to do with yourself if you don't have a job. You feel lost. You feel unemployed. I say to you, be unemployed, but be creatively unemployed. Be meditatively unemployed. This is the moment to rediscover your soul. This is the moment to become a painter, a poet, a singer, a meditator. This is the moment to move from the world of utility to the world of celebrity, the world of celebration. The new man will not be a worker, he will be a creator. And he will create not because he needs to earn a living, but because he is overflowing with life. He will create because he cannot help but create. His life will be his creation. This is the vision of the rebel. It is the vision of a world where there are no slaves and no masters, but only individuals who are in love with existence. But to reach this world, we must first go through the fire of disconditioning. We must burn away all the garbage that has been dumped into our minds by the past. The past is a heavy weight. It is like carrying a mountain on your shoulders. It makes you move slowly. It makes you look down at the ground. I want you to drop the mountain. I want you to look up at the stars. You think you are indebted to the past. You think you owe something to your ancestors. I tell you, you owe nothing to the past. Your only debt is to the future. And you pay that debt by being fully alive in the present. If you are a Christian, you are carrying 2000 years of guilt and misery. If you are a Hindu, you are carrying 5000 years of caste and superstition. If you are a Buddhist, you are carrying 2500 years of pessimism and negation. Drop it all. Be a nobody. Be a blank sheet of paper. Let existence write its own psalm on you. This nothingness is what the society calls madness. But this madness is the only sanity. Socrates was mad in the eyes of the Athenians. Jesus was mad in the eyes of the Jews. Al-Hillaj Mansoor was mad in the eyes of the Muslims. But these madmen are the only ones who have truly lived. They are the only ones who have tasted the nectar of existence. You are a voluntary slave because you are afraid of being mad. You want to be sane. You want to be normal. You want to be accepted. But what is normal? To be normal is to be a part of a crowd that is heading toward a cliff. To be normal is to be a part of a culture that is destroying the very planet that sustains it. I say, reclaim your madness, reclaim your wildness, reclaim your soul. The marketplace has sold you a very cheap version of yourself. It has told you that you are a consumer. It has told you that your purpose is to buy and purchase. But you cannot purchase anything. You come into this world with empty hands, and you will leave with empty hands. The only thing you can purchase is your own consciousness. And that is not something you buy. It is something you become. In Satya Ki Pyas, I ask, why are you searching for the truth in the scriptures? The scriptures are just the footprints of those who have gone before. But the footprints are not the person. If you follow the footprints, you will only find a graveyard. If you want to find the person, you have to look into the wind. The truth is like the wind. It has no shape, no color, no name. It is a movement. It is a happening. You cannot catch it in a net of words. You can only feel it on your face. You can only let it blow through you. But you have been taught to be afraid of the wind. You have been told to stay inside your house, the house of your religion, the house of your ideology, the house of your tradition. The house is safe, but it is also a prison. It has walls that block your view. It has a roof that hides the stars. The rebel is the one who leaves the house and stands naked in the wind. He says, I don't want your safety, I want the truth. I don't want your comfort, I want the reality. This is the thirst for truth that I am trying to ignite in you. It is a brutal warning because the truth is brutal to the ego. The truth doesn't care about your feelings. The truth doesn't care about your beliefs. The truth just is. And to see the truth, you must be willing to let your lies die. You are a slave because you are in love with your lies. You are in love with the lie that you are important. You are in love with the lie that you are right. You are in love with the lie that you are going somewhere. I tell you, you are going nowhere. You are already here. Existence is not a process toward a goal. It is a celebration in the now. There is no point to life. The point of life is life itself. It is like a dance. When you dance, you are not trying to reach a certain spot on the floor. The point is the dance. But the society has made your life a race. And in a race, there is always a winner and a loser. And because everyone wants to be a winner, everyone is in a state of constant stress and anxiety. You are competing with your brothers, with your sisters, with your friends. You are even competing with yourself. The rebel drops out of the race. He says, I don't want to win and I don't want to lose. I just want to dance. And the moment he drops out of the race, he is already a winner because he is free from the tension of competition. He is free from the fear of failure. He is free from the ego. This is the first step toward freedom. It is to realize that the race is a fake. The prizes are made of plastic. The finish line is a mirage. The only thing that is real is the running. And if you are running with awareness, if you are running for the joy of running, then you are a rebel. Look at your life again. How much of it is dance and how much of it is race? How much of it is joy and how much of it is duty? If your life is more duty than joy, you are a slave. If your life is more race than dance, you are a machine. The marketplace wants you to be a dull person. It wants you to be a serious person. It wants you to be a responsible person. Why? Because serious, responsible, dull people are very easy to control. They don't make trouble. They pay their taxes. They follow the traffic lights. They go to bed on time. But I want you to be a troublemaker. I want you to be a player. I want you to be a dancer. Not in the sense of creating chaos for others, but in the sense of creating light for yourself. A man who is full of light is a trouble for the darkness. A man who is full of joy is a trouble for the miserable world. The old man is a man of knowledge. The new man is a man of innocence. Innocence is not ignorance. Ignorance is a lack of information. Innocence is a purity of vision. An innocent man sees things as they are, without the filters of the past. In Beyond Psychology, I say that the only way to reclaim your innocence is through unlearning. You have to empty your cup. If your cup is full of stale tea, you cannot pour fresh tea into it. You have to pour out the old tea first. Most of you are carrying cups that are overflowing with stale tea. Tea that was brewed by your grandfathers. And you are wondering why you don't feel refreshed. You are wondering why life feels so tasteless. I say, pour it out. Don't be afraid. The emptiness of the cup is its very usefulness. If the cup is not empty, it is not a cup. It is just a solid block of wood. Your mind is a solid block of conditioning. You have to hollow it out. You have to become a nothingness. In this nothingness, the divine can descend. In this nothingness, the truth can be known. In this nothingness, you are finally free. You are a voluntary slave because you are afraid of this nothingness. You think that if you are nothing, you will be worthless. But I tell you, to be nothing is to be everything. To be a nobody is to be the universe. The marketplace has bought your soul by making you afraid of your own emptiness. It has filled your emptiness with stress, with television, with gadgets, with gossip, with politics. It has made you a dustbin of the society. The rebel says, I will not be your dustbin. I will be a temple. I will be empty and I will be silent. And in that silence, I will wait for the truth. And the truth does come. It doesn't come from the outside. it arises from the inside. It is like a spring of water that has been buried under a pile of stones. When you remove the stones, the conditioning, the beliefs, the shoulds, the water starts to flow on its own. This water is your soul. This water is your freedom. This water is your life. Stop being a slave to the marketplace. Stop being a slave to the past. Stop being a slave to your ego. Reclaim your soul. Become a rebel. Become the new man. The time is now. The brutal warning is clear. If you don't wake up now, you may never wake up. The machine is getting stronger. The cage is getting tighter. The chains are getting more invisible. But you still have a choice. You can still roar. You can still dance. You can still be free. Choose life. Choose awareness. Choose the unknown. The marketplace is full of people trying to buy your soul. But you are not for sale. You are a flame. You are a light. You are a mystery. Remember who you are and live your truth no matter what the cost. Because the cost of not living your truth is much higher. It is the cost of your very life. Be a rebel. Be Jhorba the Buddha. Be whole. This nothingness is not a lack, it is an abundance. It is not an empty glass, it is a glass so full that the boundaries of the glass have disappeared. But to the mind, which is always looking for something to hold on to, this nothingness looks like death. And in a way it is. It is the death of the commodity you have become. It is the death of the personality that was manufactured in the factories of your schools and churches. In the rebel, I speak about the new man as someone who is not afraid to be alone. The old man is a herd animal. He feels safe only when he is part of a crowd, a nation, a race, or a religion. He needs the other to tell him that he exists. But the rebel has found a source of existence within himself that does not depend on anyone else. He is like a sun that shines by its own light. He doesn't need a mirror to know that he is luminous. The marketplace is built on the fear of being nobody. It sells you identity. It tells you that if you wear this brand of clothing, you are sophisticated. If you drive this car, you are successful. If you have this title, you are important. These are all borrowed identities. They are like masks that you buy at a shop. But what happens when you take the mask off? You feel a sense of panic. You feel like you are disappearing. I want you to disappear. I want the socially constructed you to vanish so that the existential you can breathe. The existential you doesn't have a name. It doesn't have a bank account. It doesn't have a nationality. It is just a pure awareness, a witness. And this witness is the only thing in you that is free. Everything else, your body, your thoughts, your emotions, is part of the machine. The machine is very sophisticated now. In the past, the slave drivers used whips. Today, they use ambition. Ambition is the most effective whip ever invented. It doesn't leave marks on your skin, but it leaves scars on your soul. It keeps you running, forever chasing a tomorrow that never comes. You are told that if you work harder, if you compete more fiercely, you will one day reach the top. But the top is just another name for the edge of the grave. Look at the people who have reached the top. Are they happy? Are they at peace? No. They are more anxious than the people at the bottom, because now they have more to lose. They have to protect their prestige, their power, their possessions. They are the most enslaved people of all, because they are slaves to their own success. They have built a golden cage, and now they are trapped inside it, afraid to leave because the world is watching. The rebel is not interested in the top or the bottom. He is interested in the center. He knows that the center is the only place where there is stillness. The marketplace is the periphery. It is where the wind blows and the waves crash. The center is the eye of the hurricane. In the center, there is no buying and selling. There is only being. In Beyond Psychology, I discuss the mechanism of conditioning as a form of hypnosis. You have been hypnotized to believe that you are a limited, miserable creature. You have been hypnotized to believe that you are a sinner. You have been hypnotized to believe that you are less than. My work is a process of de-hypnosis. I am not giving you new ideas. I am taking away the old ones. I am waking you up from the nightmare of your personality. This nightmare began in your childhood. Think back. When were you first told that you were not good enough? When were you first compared to another child? That comparison was the poison. Comparison is the foundation of the marketplace. It is what makes you want a bigger house, a faster car, a more beautiful partner. It is what keeps you in a state of constant dissatisfaction. The society needs you to be dissatisfied. If you were satisfied, you wouldn't be a good consumer. You wouldn't be a hard worker. You wouldn't be a patriot. Satisfied people are dangerous because they are content. They don't want to change the world. They want to enjoy it. They don't want to fight wars. They want to love. They don't want to follow leaders. They want to follow their own hearts. The modern slave is a man who has lost the capacity for contentment. He is always looking for the next thing. He is living in a state of psychological hunger. And the marketplace is happy to feed this hunger with junk food, with entertainment, with gossip, with politics, with religion. But junk food never satisfies. It only makes you more hungry. I am here to offer you real food. But the real food is silence. And silence is something you cannot buy. You cannot even do it. You can only allow it. It is already there underneath the noise of your thoughts. It is like the sky. The clouds come and go, but the sky remains. Your thoughts are the clouds. Your awareness is the sky. But you have become so identified with the clouds that you have forgotten the sky. You think you are your thoughts. You think you are your anger, your fear, your ambition. I tell you, you are the one who is watching the thoughts, the anger, the fear, the ambition. You are the space in which these things happen. You are the context, not the content. This shift from content to context is the greatest revolution possible. It is the birth of the rebel. The revolutionary wants to change the content of the world, the laws, the systems, the rulers. The rebel changes the context, the consciousness. When the context changes, the content becomes irrelevant. If you are a Buddha, it doesn't matter if you are in a palace or a hut. You are free in both. If you are a slave, you are a slave in both. The marketplace is a state of mind. It is a mind that is always calculating. What will I get out of this? How much will this cost me? This calculating mind is a prison. It prevents you from ever doing anything for the sheer joy of it. It prevents you from ever loving someone without conditions. It prevents you from ever experiencing the miracle of the present moment. In Satya Ki Pyas, I say that the truth is not a thing that you find, it is a way of living. It is a living in truthfulness. And truthfulness means being authentic. It means saying no when you mean no, and yes when you mean yes. But the society has taught you to be a polite person, which is just another way of saying a fake person. You say yes when you want to say no, because you are afraid of being rejected. You smile when you want to cry, because you are afraid of being judged. This falseness is what is eating your soul. It creates a deep tension in your being. You are always performing. You are always on a stage. Even when you are alone, you are performing for the ghosts in your mind, for your parents, for your God, for your conscience. You are never relaxed. You are never at home. The rebel is the one who drops the performance. He says, I am who I am. If you like me, good. If you don't like me, that is your problem. I am not here to fulfill your expectations. This sounds egoistic to the society, but it is actually the end of the ego. The ego lives on the opinions of others. When you stop caring about the opinions of others, the ego dies. What remains is a pure, simple isness. This isness is what I call innocence. It is the state of a child before he has been corrupted by the marketplace. A child doesn't care about success or prestige. He is happy with a piece of wood or a stone. He is happy because he is fully present in what he is doing. He is not calculating. He is playing. I want you to turn your life into a play. I want you to work as if you are playing. I want you to love as if you are playing. I want you to meditate as if you are playing. When you play, there is no ego. There is only the activity. The dancer disappears and only the dance remains. But the society has turned everything into work. It has even turned spirituality into work. They tell you to practice meditation, to discipline yourself, to struggle against your desires. This is all marketplace language. You cannot reach the divine through struggle. You can only reach the divine through surrender, through letting go of the struggle. The modern slave is a man of willpower. He thinks he can conquer himself, just as he thinks he can conquer nature. But you cannot conquer yourself, because there is nobody to conquer and nobody to be conquered. You are one. The conqueror and the conquered are both parts of your ego. When you try to conquer yourself, you are just creating a civil war in your own being. The rebel is a man of let go. He understands that life is a gift, not a trophy. He doesn't try to get anywhere. He is already here. He doesn't try to become anyone. He is already someone. Not in the social sense, but in the existential sense. He is a unique expression of the whole. In Beyond Psychology, I explain that the psychology of the future will not be a psychology of adjusting the individual to the society. It will be a psychology of liberating the individual from the society. It will be a psychology of transcendence. It will help you to go beyond the mind and into the no mind. No mind is not a state of stupidity. It is a state of purity. It is a mind that is like a mirror, reflecting whatever is in front of it, without judging it, without labeling it, without clinging to it. When you are in a state of no mind, you are free. The marketplace cannot catch you because you have no hooks for it to hold on to. You have no greed, you have no fear, you have no ambition. The marketplace is a system of hooks. It hooks your greed with products. It hooks your fear with security. It hooks your ambition with status. If you have no hooks, the marketplace has no power over you. You can move through it. You can buy what you need. You can sell what you have, but you remain untouched. You are like a lotus flower in the water. The water is all around it, but not a single drop touches the petal. This is the state of the new man. He is a Zorba the Buddha. He is fully in the world, but he is not of the world. He enjoys the marketplace, but he is not a slave to it. He uses technology, but he doesn't let technology use him. He lives in the city, but he carries the silence of the forest within him. The old religions have failed because they tried to make you monks. They told you that the world is illusion and that you must renounce it. But renunciation is just another form of reaction. If you run away from the world, you are still obsessed with it. You are just anti-world instead of pro-world. The rebel does not renounce. The rebel transcends. To transcend means to see the reality for what it is. When you see that a snake is actually a rope, you don't have to renounce the snake. The snake simply disappears. When you see that the marketplace is just a game, you don't have to run away from it. You can play the game, but you don't take it seriously. You know it is just a lila, a play. The modern slave takes everything very seriously. He takes his career seriously, his reputation seriously, his morality seriously. This seriousness is a sign of a sick soul. Seriousness is a heavy weight. It makes you move like a tortoise. I want you to be light. I want you to have a sense of humor about yourself. Laughter is the most rebellious act you can perform. The society wants you to be serious because serious people are easy to manipulate. If I can make you feel guilty, I can control you. If I can make you feel responsible, I can control you. But if you are laughing, if you are seeing the cosmic joke of it all, I cannot control you. You are too free. In Satya Ki Pyas, I say that the ultimate truth is a celebration. It is not a formula. It is not a philosophy. It is a dance. And you can only join the dance if you are willing to leave your seriousness at the door. You have to be willing to look foolish in the eyes of the world. The world calls me a fool, and I accept it with great joy, because a fool is someone who has dropped the burden of knowledge. A fool is someone who is not afraid to be himself. A fool is someone who is in love with life. If this is being a fool, then the world needs more fools and fewer wise men. The wise men are the ones who have created the bombs. The wise men are the ones who have created the religions that divide people. The wise men are the ones who have turned the earth into a marketplace. These wise men are the most dangerous people on the planet. They are the high priests of the machine. I am looking for the innocent ones. I am looking for the rebels who are ready to say no to the wisdom of the past and yes to the intelligence of the present. This is a very lonely path, but it is the only path that leads to the light. In the rebel, I say that the rebel is the very essence of religion. But by religion, I don't mean the organized nonsense of the churches. I mean the spiritual quest, the search for the truth of your being. This search requires you to be an outsider. You cannot find the truth as long as you are part of the crowd. The crowd only knows tradition. The individual knows truth. Tradition is the corpse of a truth that was discovered by someone else a long time ago. People are carrying this corpse on their shoulders and calling it holy. But a corpse is a corpse. It cannot give you life. It can only give you the smell of death. I say, drop the corpse. Stop being a follower. A follower is always a slave. Even if you are following a great master, you are still a slave. I don't want you to follow me. I want you to walk with me. I want you to be a light unto yourself. This was the last message of the Buddha. Appo Dipo Bhava. Be a light unto yourself. Don't look for a light outside. Don't look for a savior. There is no savior except your own awareness. Nobody can save you from your own unconsciousness. Only you can wake yourself up. The marketplace wants to be your savior. It says, if you are bored, we have entertainment. If you are lonely, we have social media. If you are anxious, we have pills. It offers you solutions for every problem. But the solutions are just new forms of slavery. They keep you dependent. They keep you weak. The rebel doesn't want solutions. He wants dissolution. He wants the problem maker, the ego, to dissolve. When the ego dissolves, the problems vanish. They were never real to begin with. They were just projections of your inner conflict. Look at your problems again. Are they really problems, or are they just symptoms of your lack of awareness? You are unhappy because you are not living your truth. You are stressed because you are trying to be someone you are not. You are bored because you have lost your curiosity. These are not problems to be solved. They are messages from your soul telling you to wake up. But instead of listening to the message, you go to the marketplace to find a distraction. You watch a movie, you go shopping, you have a drink, you silence the messenger, but the message remains. And because the message is not heard, it becomes louder. It becomes a physical illness, a mental breakdown, a midlife crisis. I say, listen to the message. Don't be afraid of your unhappiness. Your unhappiness is a sign of life. Only dead things are not unhappy. Your unhappiness is the satya ki pyas, the thirst for the real. It is your soul crying out for its freedom. The society has taught you to repress your unhappiness, to wear a happy face at all times. This is the plastic smile of the modern slave. It is the smile of the salesman. It is the smile of the adjusted person. But inside there is a scream. I want you to let that scream out. I want you to face your darkness and your emptiness. This is what I call the first step toward freedom. It is a process of confrontation. You have to confront the lie that you have been living. You have to confront the slavery that you have accepted. In Beyond Psychology, I say that this confrontation is the most difficult thing a man can do, because it means admitting that your whole life has been a waste. It means admitting that you have been a voluntary slave. This is a huge blow to the ego, but it is the only way to be born again. The ego would rather continue to be a successful slave than an unsuccessful free man. It would rather be a well-fed prisoner than a starving rebel. That is why people cling to their chains. They have become comfortable in their misery. They have decorated their prison cells so beautifully that they have forgotten they are in prison. Look at your decorations. Look at your achievements. Aren't they just ways to distract you from the fact that you are not free? Aren't they just toys to keep the child busy so he doesn't ask where his father is? The Father, the Source, the Divine is right here, but you are too busy with your toys to notice. You are too busy with the marketplace to enter the temple. And remember, the temple is not a place you go to, it is a place you are. It is your inner silence. The modern slave is a man who has lost his inner home. He is a homeless person, even if he lives in a mansion. He is wandering in the marketplace, looking for something that can only be found within. He is searching for love in the eyes of others, peace in the bank account, and meaning in the books. But love is not out there. It is the fragrance of your own being. Peace is not out there. It is the stillness of your own mind. Meaning is not out there. It is the poetry of your own life. Stop searching. Stop running. As I said in Satya Ki Pyas, the truth is not a destination. It is a presence. If you are silent, if you are present, if you are aware, the truth is here. It has always been here. You were just too busy to see it. The marketplace is the business of being busy. It is a massive distraction machine. It is designed to keep you from ever looking into your own eyes. It is designed to keep you from ever hearing your own heartbeat. The rebel is the one who says no to the distraction. He says, I will not be busy anymore. I will be useless. I will be silent. I will be here. And in that here-ness, the marketplace disappears. The chains fall away. The voluntary slave becomes a sovereign individual. This is my message to you. It is a brutal warning because the time is short. The machine is closing in. The technological slavery of the future will be much more total than the political slavery of the past. They will soon be able to control your very thoughts and emotions through chips and frequencies. You will be a biological computer, a human resource in the most literal sense. If you don't wake up now, you may never have another chance. This is the moment to choose. Do you want to be a gear in a dead machine? Or do you want to be a soul in a living universe? Do you want to be a product of the marketplace or a creator of your own life? The choice is yours. I can only point the way. I can only shake you. But you are the one who has to open your eyes. You are the one who has to stand up and walk out of the marketplace. Don't wait for a leader. Don't wait for a new age. The new age begins with you in this very moment. If you are free, the world is free. If you are a rebel, the world is full of possibility. Be a rebel. Be a new man. Be a Zorba the Buddha. And let your life be a dance of freedom, a celebration of the mystery, a song of the silence. The marketplace is loud, but your soul is quiet. Listen to the quiet. That is where the truth is. That is where you are. This quiet is not a vacuum. It is a presence so thick you can almost touch it. It is the very fabric of existence. But the society has trained you to be afraid of it. Why? Because in silence the machine stops. In silence the voluntary slave begins to wonder, who am I? And what am I doing here? The moment those questions arise, the marketplace loses a customer and the state loses a soldier. You have been taught that to be someone is the goal of life. In the rebel, I say that the greatest courage is to be nobody. To be nobody means you have no ego to protect, no image to maintain, and no status to defend. You are just a fellow. But the society hates a fellow. It wants solid things. It wants you to be a brick in its wall. A brick is reliable. A brick stays where you put it. But a river moves. A river finds its own way to the ocean. You are a river that has been told it is a brick. And because you believe you are a brick, you feel heavy, stagnant, and bored. Boredom is one of the most significant symptoms of modern slavery. Have you noticed that animals are never bored? A tree is never bored. Only man is bored. Why? Because only man is living a life that is not his own. Boredom is the soul's way of saying, this is not it. This is not why I am here. But instead of listening to the boredom, you try to kill time. You go to the cinema, you turn on the television, you scroll through endless streams of meaningless information. You are killing time, but in reality, time is killing you. Every moment you spend in distraction is a moment you have lost from your life, and you don't have many moments. Death is coming. It is the only certainty in this uncertain world. The modern slave thinks about death as something that happens to others. He lives as if he is immortal. Yet he is afraid of every little change. The rebel lives as if he could die in the next moment, and because of that, he is not afraid of anything. When you accept death, you become truly alive. When you are no longer afraid of losing your life, you are no longer a slave to those who threaten it. In Beyond Psychology, I talk about the samurai mentality. The samurai is someone who has already accepted death. Because he is already dead to the world, he can live with a total intensity. This is the harakiri of the ego. You must let the social self die. You must let the borrowed soul go. This is the only way to find the soul that is truly yours. The marketplace offers you safety from death, but it is a false safety. It gives you insurance. It gives you medicine. It gives you a bank balance. But can insurance stop the heartbeat from stopping? Can a bank balance buy you one more breath when your time is up? No. The marketplace can only give you the illusion of security. And for this illusion, you give up your reality. I want you to be insecure. I want you to be vulnerable. In vulnerability, there is a great strength. A flower is vulnerable. Yet it is more beautiful than a rock. A child is vulnerable, yet he is more alive than an old man. When you are vulnerable, you are open to existence. You are no longer defending yourself against life. You are dancing with it. The old man is a man of defense. He has built walls of morality, walls of religion, walls of tradition around himself. He thinks he is protecting himself, but he is only imprisoning himself. The new man is a man of offense, not in the sense of violence, but in the sense of an overflowing life. He breaks the walls. He lives in the open. He is a rebel. Look at your relationships. Are they based on love? or are they based on contracts? Most of your relationships are just another part of the marketplace. You give so that you can get. You love so that you will be loved. This is a business transaction, not a communion of souls. And because it is a transaction, there is always an underlying fear, an underlying suspicion, an underlying tension. The rebel loves because he is love. He is like a flower that gives its fragrance to anyone who passes by, whether they are a king or a beggar, whether they appreciate the fragrance or not. The flower doesn't ask for anything in return. The giving is the reward. This is the only way to be free in love. If your love depends on the other, you are a slave to the other. If your love is your own state of being, you are a master of yourself. This is what I mean by Satya ki pyas, the thirst for the real. You are thirsty for a love that is not a contract. You are thirsty for a freedom that is not a political right. You are thirsty for a truth that is not a theological dogma. But you are looking for these things in the wrong places. You are looking for them in the known, but they are only found in the unknown. The society has made you afraid of the unknown. It has told you that the unknown is dangerous. And it is. The unknown is where you lose control. The unknown is where the machine doesn't work. But the unknown is also where the miraculous happens. The known is just a repetition of the past. It is a dead thing. The unknown is the womb of the future. If you want to be free, you must be willing to step into the unknown every day. You must be willing to drop your certainties. You must be willing to be wrong. The marketplace wants you to be right, to be correct, to be successful. But I want you to be authentic. And authenticity often looks like failure in the eyes of the world. Let the world think you are a failure. Let the world think you are crazy. In the rebel, I say that the blessings of the crowd are a curse, and the curse of the crowd is a blessing. When the crowd is happy with you, it means you are just as asleep as they are. When the crowd is angry with you, it means you are starting to wake up. The modern slave is a crowd pleaser. He is always looking for likes, for approval, for validation. He is a beggar for attention. But the rebel is a king. He doesn't need anyone's approval. He knows who he is. He knows his own truth. And that knowing is enough. In Beyond Psychology, I discuss the idea of post-hypnotic suggestion, The society has given you many such suggestions. It has told you that money is power, that fame is success, that competition is natural. These suggestions are playing in your head like a broken record. You don't even realize they are there. You think they are your own thoughts. To be a rebel means to deprogram yourself. You have to sit in meditation and watch these suggestions as they pass through your mind. You have to say, "This is not my thoughts. This is my Father speaking. This is not my desire. This is an advertisement speaking. This is not my fear. This is the priest speaking." As you identify these foreign elements, they lose their power over you. They start to drop away. What remains after everything foreign has dropped away is your original face. This is the face you had before you were born, the face that the marketplace can never buy. This is your Buddha nature. And once you have found your original face, you can never be a slave again. You may be in a prison, but you will be free. You may be poor, but you will be rich. You may be alone, but you will be the whole universe. The marketplace is a loud place, but it is also a very hollow place. It has no depth. It is all surface. It is like a Potemkin village, a fake facade designed to deceive you. Behind the neon lights and the shopping malls, there is a great emptiness. And the modern man is trying to fill this emptiness with things. But things cannot fill an existential hole. Only being can. I am inviting you to move from having to being. This is the most fundamental shift a human can make. In having, you are always looking for more. In being, you are already enough. In having, you are a slave to your possessions. In being, you are the master of your life. The new man will be a man of being. He will use having only as a tool, not as a goal. He will use the marketplace, but he will not let the marketplace use him. He will be a Zorba the Buddha, fully alive in the body and fully silent in the soul. This is the brutal warning. The window is closing. The society is becoming more and more integrated, more and more totalitarian. The technology of control is becoming more and more invisible. If you don't find your soul now, you may lose the capacity to even want to find it. You may become a happy slave, a contented robot, and that is the ultimate tragedy. To be an unhappy slave is at least a sign of life. To be a happy slave is a sign of death. I want to make you unhappy with your slavery. I want to stir up the divine discontent in your heart. I want you to feel the thirst for truth so intensely that you cannot sleep, that you cannot eat, that you cannot continue to live the lie. When that thirst becomes a fire, it will burn away all your conditioning. It will burn away your fear. It will burn away your ego. And out of the ashes, the new man will be born. The rebel will be born. This rebellion is not against them. It is for you. It is not about changing the government. It is about reclaiming your own consciousness. It is about saying no to the marketplace and yes to the mystery. Look into my eyes. Do you see the freedom there? It is not my freedom. It is freedom. It is a quality of existence. And it is waiting for you. It has always been waiting for you. You just had to stop running. You just had to stop buying. You just had to stop selling. The marketplace is a game of loss and gain. But in the world of the soul, there is no loss and no gain. There is only flow. There is only dance. There is only love. Be a rebel. Reclaim your soul. Roar like a lion. And let the world know that you are no longer a voluntary slave. You are a child of the universe, and you have come home. The path is before you. It is a path of silence, of awareness, of meditation. It is not a path of belief, but a path of experience. Don't take my word for it. Experience it for yourself. See for yourself. Be for yourself. The marketplace is loud, but the silence is deeper. The marketplace is temporary, but the soul is eternal. Choose the eternal. Choose the deep. Choose the real. My beloved ones, the time for talking is over. The time for being has begun. Wake up. The sun is high in the sky. The marketplace is open, but you don't have to enter it. You can stay in the garden. You can stay in the temple. You can stay in yourself. You are not a machine. You are a miracle. Never forget this and live your life as a celebration of this miracle. The chains are gone. They were only made of thoughts. And you are not your thoughts. You are the one who is free. This is the message of the rebel. This is the message of beyond psychology. This is the message of Satya ki Pyas. It is one message Wake up and be free. The modern slave is a ghost. The new man is a reality. Be the reality. Be the truth. Be the love. The marketplace is behind you. The unknown is before you. Step into it with joy. Step into it with courage. Step into it with awareness. And you will find that the whole universe is stepping with you. You are not alone. You are the whole, and the whole is free. Remember this, live this, and the voluntary slavery will be nothing but a distant memory, a bad dream from which you have finally woken up. Be a rebel, be whole, be now. Being now is the only doorway out of the prison of the marketplace. But notice how your mind immediately tries to turn being into another project. It asks, how can I be? What is the method? What is the technique? This is the marketplace mind at work. It wants a recipe, a formula, a transaction. It wants to give some effort and get some being in return. But being is not a result of effort. Effort is a movement of the ego. Being is what remains when all effort has been dropped. In Satya Ki Pyas, I speak about the borrowed light that people use to try and dispel their darkness. You go to the priest, you go to the philosopher, you go to the intellectual, and you ask for light. They give you words, they give you theories, they give you holy books, and you carry these books around thinking you have found the truth. But can a book about light help a blind man see? Can a description of water quench your thirst? You are living on borrowed light. Your knowledge is not your own. Your ideas are not your own. Even your suffering is often borrowed from the culture around you. You suffer because you have been told that you don't have enough. You suffer because you are not successful by the standards of the machine. This is a very strange kind of slavery. It is a slavery to the definitions given by others. If you are feeling a deep resonance with what I am saying, if you feel that the thirst for your own light is finally becoming unbearable, I have prepared something for you. My e-books, which you can find in the links below, are not intended to be more borrowed knowledge. They are intended to be hammers to break your chains. They are maps of the inner terrain designed to help you navigate the journey from the noise of the marketplace to the silence of your soul. Use them not as new scriptures to believe, but as tools to help you see for yourself. Seeing for yourself is the only thing that matters. In Beyond Psychology, I emphasize that the first step toward freedom is the realization that you are blind. The man who knows he is blind will at least start looking for a way to heal his eyes. But the man who is blind and believes he can see, he is the most hopeless case. And the marketplace is full of such people. They are blind men leading other blind men, and they are all falling into the same ditch of misery. The society has given you spectacles, the spectacles of your religion, your nationality, your political ideology. You look at the world through these colored lenses. If you are a Christian, the world looks like a place of sin and redemption. If you are a communist, the world looks like a battlefield of class struggle. If you are a capitalist, the world looks like a warehouse of resources to be exploited. But the world is none of these things. The world is just what it is. To see it, you must first take off the spectacles. This taking off is what I call the rebellion. It is a qualitative shift in your consciousness. The revolutionary wants to change the color of the spectacles. The rebel throws the spectacles away. He wants to see with his own naked eyes. This is why the rebel is so dangerous to the status quo. The status quo is based on a collective hallucination. When one man wakes up and says, "There is no snake here, it is just a rope," he threatens the entire structure of fear that the society has built. You are a voluntary slave because you are afraid of the naked truth. The truth is that you are alone. The truth is that life has no meaning other than the meaning you give to it. The truth is that there is no guarantee of salvation. This truth is terrifying to the ego, which wants to be part of a plan, which wants to be special, which wants to be safe. But I tell you, in that very aloneness is your glory. In that very meaninglessness is your freedom. If life had a fixed meaning given by God, you would be nothing but a puppet in His play. You would be a slave to His purpose. But because life has no meaning, you are a creator. You can turn your life into a song, a dance, a celebration. You are the master of your own destiny. In The Rebel, I explain that the new man is one who accepts this responsibility with joy. He doesn't look for a big brother in the sky or on the earth. He stands on his own feet. He is what I call Zorba the Buddha. He is Zorba because he loves the earth, he loves the body, he loves the senses. He is Buddha because he loves the silence, he loves the meditation, he loves the transcendence. He is the bridge between the marketplace and the stars. The marketplace wants you to be just a Zorba, and a very shallow Zorba at that. It wants you to be a Zorba who is obsessed with gadgets, with sex, with power, with status. It wants a Zorba who is always hungry and never satisfied. The old religions wanted you to be just a Buddha, and a very dead Buddha at that. They wanted a Buddha who was afraid of life, who hated the body, who escaped into a monastery. I say, be whole. Don't choose between the world and the soul. Choose both. This is the ultimate rebellion. The society is built on either or. It says you are either a saint or a sinner, either a materialist or a spiritualist. But existence is both and. The flower has roots in the dark mud, and it has petals in the bright sun. The roots are as important as the petals. Your body is the root. Your soul is the petal. Your having in the marketplace is the mud. Your being in meditation is the fragrance. Why choose? Use the marketplace to support your body, but don't let it become your home. Use the world, but don't be used by it. Be in the marketplace, but not of it. This is the message I explore deeply in my ebooks. They are for those who are tired of being half men. They are for those who want to reclaim their totality. If you feel the call of the new man, these books will provide the nourishment your soul is thirsting for. They are reflections of a light that is not borrowed but discovered. Discovery requires a certain kind of innocence. In Beyond Psychology, I discuss the difference between the knowledgeable mind and the innocent mind. The knowledgeable mind is full of the past. It is like an attic stuffed with old furniture and cobwebs. It has no space for anything new. The innocent mind is like a clear mirror. It has no content, only the capacity to reflect. The marketplace has filled your mind with knowledge. It has told you what is good, what is bad, what is successful, what is failure. And you carry this heavy burden everywhere you go. You are never seeing a tree, you are only seeing the word tree. You are never meeting a person, you are only meeting your idea of that person. You are living in a world of labels, and labels are not the reality. To be a rebel means to burn the labels. It means to look at a rose as if you have never seen one before. It means to look at your partner as if you are meeting a stranger. It means to look into the mirror and realize that you don't know who is looking back at you. This not knowing is the highest form of intelligence. It is the beginning of the search. When you are in a state of not knowing, you are silent. All the voices of your parents, your teachers, your priests, and your politicians fall silent because they only have answers. They don't know what to do with a man who has no questions. They don't know how to handle a man who is simply present, simply aware. This awareness is your only protection against the machine. The machine works on patterns. It knows how to manipulate your greed, your fear, and your ego, because these are all predictable patterns. But awareness has no pattern. Awareness is a spontaneity. It is a response to the now, and the now is always new. The marketplace is trying to digitize your soul. It wants to turn your consciousness into an algorithm. It wants to know what you will buy, who you will vote for, and what you will feel before you even know it yourself. And if you continue to live as a voluntary slave to your conditioning, the machine will succeed. You will become a biological robot, a part of the Internet of Things. But the machine cannot digitize silence. It cannot algorithmize awareness. It cannot predict the actions of a man who has found his own center. This is why meditation is the most radical political act you can perform. By sitting in silence, you are withdrawing your energy from the machine. You are saying, I am not a resource. I am not a consumer. I am a consciousness. In Satya Ki Pyas, I ask, what is your thirst? Most of you are thirsty for things that will only make you more thirsty. You are like a man who drinks salt water to quench his thirst. You want more money, but more money only creates more anxiety. You want more fame, but more fame only creates more insecurity. You want more love from others, but that only makes you more dependent. The real thirst is the thirst for the eternal. It is the thirst for that which does not change, that which does not die. And that eternal reality is not found in the future. It is found in the depth of your own being, right now. It is the witness that has been watching your life as the beginning, the one who watched you as a child, as a youth, as an adult, and who will watch you as you die. That witness is not part of the marketplace. It has never bought anything, and it has never sold anything. It is the only part of you that is truly free. But you have neglected the witness. You have spent all your energy on the actor, the one who is performing in the marketplace. You have decorated the actor. You have trained the actor. You have worried about the actor's reputation. And all the while the witness has been standing in the shadows, waiting to be recognized. I am here to point to that witness. I am here to tell you that you are not the actor, you are the witness. Once you realize this, the marketplace becomes a theater. You can play your role. You can wear your costumes. You can speak your lines, but you are no longer a slave to the play. You know it is just a leela, a cosmic game. This realization brings a tremendous relaxation. You no longer care if you win or lose, because the witness cannot lose. You no longer care if the audience applauds or hisses, because the witness is not seeking approval. You are finally at peace with yourself, and in that peace you find the Satya, the truth that you have been thirsty for. The modern slave is a man who is always on. He is always performing, always calculating, always striving. He is terrified of being off. He is terrified of the moment when the curtain falls and he is left alone with himself. But for the rebel, that moment is the most precious of all. That is the moment of sannyas, the moment of renouncing the false and reclaiming the true. By sannyas, I don't mean leaving the world and going to the Himalayas. I mean living in the world with the realization that it is a theater. I mean being a Zorba the Buddha in your daily life. It means working in your office with the same awareness that you sit in meditation. It means loving your partner with the same silence that you watch a sunset. This is a difficult path because the whole society is pulling you in the opposite direction. The society wants you to be serious. It wants you to be busy. It wants you to be stressed. It tells you that if you are not stressed, you are not productive. But I tell you, a stressed man is a destructive man. Only a relaxed man can be creative. Only a man who is at peace with himself can bring peace to the world. If you are looking for a community of people who are walking this path, I invite you to explore the resources we have shared. Our ebooks are filled with the wisdom of the rebel, the insights of the witness, and the silence of the Buddha. They are designed to be your companions in this journey toward wholeness. They will help you to decondition your mind, to open your heart, and to find the light within. Don't wait for the marketplace to give you permission to be free. The marketplace will never give you permission. It needs you to be a slave. Your freedom is in your own hands. It is a decision you make in this very moment. You can decide to continue being a voluntary slave, or you can decide to be a rebel. The rebel is one who has seen the brutal warning and decided to act. He has seen that the soul is being sold for pennies, and he has decided to take his soul off the market. He has seen that the world is a graveyard, and he has decided to be a living, breathing, dancing reality. This is the only way to save yourself, and it is the only way to save the world. The world doesn't need more revolutionaries. It needs more rebels. It doesn't need more politicians. It needs more Buddhas. It doesn't need more consumers. It needs more creators. The transition from the old man to the new man is happening right now. It is a painful transition, like a birth. The old world is dying, and the new world is struggling to be born. You are the womb of that new world. Don't let the marketplace abort the new man within you. Protect your silence. Nourish your awareness. Water your thirst for truth. In Beyond Psychology, I say that the future belongs to those who are unadjustable to a sick world. The future belongs to the rebels, the poets, the meditators, and the lovers. It belongs to those who are not afraid to stand alone. It belongs to those who have found their own original face. As I close this part of our discourse, I want you to sit for a moment in silence. Feel the life moving in you. Feel the breath coming and going. This breath is a gift from the universe. It doesn't cost anything. It doesn't require any usefulness. It is just a pure yes to life. Be that yes. Be that silence. Be that rebel. The marketplace is loud, but it is outside. You are inside. Stay inside. Stay at home. The truth is here. The freedom is here. The soul is here. Remember, you are not for sale. You are an infinite mystery. You are a flame of consciousness. Live your truth and let the chains fall where they may. I will be with you in the next part of this journey as we continue to deconstruct the walls of the prison and celebrate the open sky. But for now, just be. Just be. Just be. And in that just being, you will discover that the marketplace has no entrance. It cannot penetrate your silence unless you invite it in. But the invitations are subtle. They come in the form of suds and musts. They come in the form of wanting to be better than you are. This is the ultimate trick of the machine. To make you feel that you are incomplete. I tell you, you are already the most complete thing in the universe. A rose does not try to be a better rose. It just blooms. A bird does not try to be a more successful bird. It just flies. Only man has been poisoned with the idea of improvement. And this improvement is the leash that the society uses to pull you through the marketplace. If you find yourself nodding to this, if your soul is whispering yes to this rebellion, then please like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your engagement is not just a metric, it is a way to signal that the message of the rebel is spreading. It is a way to help us reach those who are still suffocating in the dark. In my book, The Rebel, I explain that the society wants you to be a machine because a machine is predictable. A machine has no soul, no spontaneity, and no rebellion. But you are a soul, and a soul is the most unpredictable thing in existence. The marketplace wants to buy your time, your energy, and your attention, but it can never buy your witnessing. That witnessing is the only part of you that is truly free. But you have been conditioned to ignore the witness. In Beyond Psychology, I discuss how this conditioning starts in the cradle. Your parents, who were themselves conditioned, begin to prune the branches of your individuality. They want you to be a useful member of the tribe. They teach you to fear the unknown and to worship the status quo. They give you a name, a religion, and a set of prejudices, and they tell you that this is your identity. But this is not an identity. It is a cage. You are living in a borrowed identity. And because it is borrowed, you are always afraid of losing it. You are afraid that if you don't follow the rules, the society will take back the respectability it gave you. But I ask you, what is the value of respect from people who are themselves asleep? What is the value of a success that leaves you empty inside? If you are ready to stop being a voluntary slave and start your journey toward the new man, I have created several ebooks that are available in the description. These are not just books, they are mirrors. They are designed to show you your original face, the face you had before the world told you who you should be. By reading them, you are investing in your own liberation. You are taking the first step out of the marketplace. The new man is not a man of the past or a man of the future. He is a man of the present. He is Jorba the Buddha. He is someone who knows how to celebrate life, how to dance, how to love, and also knows how to be silent, how to meditate, and how to be alone. The marketplace wants you to be a half man, a consumer without a soul. The old religions wanted you to be a half man, a soul without a body. But I want you to be whole. To be whole is the only way to be holy. And to be whole, you must drop the division within yourself. You must stop fighting your nature. In Satya Ki Pyas, I describe the thirst for truth as the most sacred fire. This fire burns away all that is false. It burns away the slave and leaves only the sovereign. But you have been taught to fear this fire. You have been taught to be satisfied with the plastic ties of the marketplace. I see so many people who are successful in the eyes of the world, but they are hollow. They have a big house, but nobody lives in it. They have a big bank account, but they are spiritually bankrupt. They have joined every club and every organization, but they have never joined themselves. If you wish to support this work and help us continue spreading these teachings to every corner of the world, I invite you to click the join button and become a member of this community. Your membership and your support through super thanks is what allows this light to keep burning. It is a way for you to participate in the rebellion. The marketplace is not just a physical location. It is a state of mind. It is a mind that is always bargaining with life. It is a mind that says, I will be happy when I have more. But more is a mirage. The more you have, the more you want. It is a bottomless pit. The rebel is the one who says, I have enough. I am enough. The moment you say this, you are free. The marketplace has no power over a man who is content. The brutal warning I have for you today is this: the world is changing very fast. The old man is dying, but he is trying to take the whole world with him. The systems of control are becoming more sophisticated. They are using technology to monitor your thoughts, your emotions, and your movements. If you don't find your inner silence now, you will become nothing more than a data point in a global machine. You will be a slave who doesn't even know he has a master. This is why meditation is no longer a luxury, it is a survival skill. To meditate means to withdraw your energy from the internet of things and return it to the internal of being. It means to be so centered in yourself that no advertisement, no political slogan, and no religious dogma can shake you. It means to be an outsider who lives inside. In Beyond Psychology, I speak about the concept of harakiri, not as a physical act, but as a psychological one. You must be willing to let the false self die. You must be willing to lose your reputation to find your character. You must be willing to be nothing in the eyes of the marketplace, to be everything in the eyes of existence. This journey is lonely. But it is not lonely in a sad way. It is a beautiful aloneness. It is the aloneness of the sun, or the aloneness of the mountain peak. When you are alone, you are for the first time all one. You are no longer divided by the expectations of others. You are no longer fragmented by your own desires. You are a unity. I want you to reflect on your life. How much of it is truly yours? How much of what you do is done out of joy? And how much is done out of fear? If you are doing things to fit in, if you are doing things to please, you are a slave. And the most tragic part is that you are a voluntary slave. You have the keys to your cage in your pocket, but you are too afraid to use them. The keys are awareness and courage. Awareness shows you the bars of the cage, and courage allows you to step through them. The society has tried to dull your awareness with entertainment and uppers and downers. It has tried to crush your courage with security and safety. But the soul cannot be completely crushed. There is always a spark left. And that spark is what brought you to this video today. Feed that spark. Let it become a flame. Let it burn away the commodity that the world has tried to make you into. You are not a product. You are not a consumer. You are a mystery that cannot be measured by any economic standards. You are a poem that cannot be written by any computer. You are a dance that the marketplace can never master. If this message has touched that spark within you, please share this video with others. There are so many slaves who are waiting for a sign. waiting for a word that will remind them of their own royalty. By sharing, you are being a messenger of the light. And don't forget to comment below. Tell me, what is the one chain you are ready to break today? What is the one lie you are ready to stop telling yourself? When you comment, you are making a declaration to yourself and to the universe. You are stepping out of the shadows, and as you step out, remember that our ebooks are there to guide you further. They are the concentrated essence of these discourses, designed to be read in silence, to be contemplated in the heart. The marketplace is loud, but the truth is quiet. The marketplace is aggressive, but the truth is patient. The marketplace wants to sell you something, but the truth only wants to give you everything. But to receive the everything of the truth, you must be willing to give up the nothing of your ego. You are a voluntary slave only as long as you believe the lies of the marketplace. The moment you see through the lie, the slavery ends. The chains are made of your own beliefs. Change your belief and the chains disappear. Wake up to your own consciousness, and the marketplace becomes a playground instead of a prison. I am here to remind you of your own divinity. I am here to remind you that you are a child of the stars, not a servant of the state. You are here to celebrate, not to accumulate. You are here to love, not to compete. You are here to be, not to become. The old man is obsessed with becoming. He wants to become a saint, a billionaire, a president. But the new man is content with being. He knows that there is nowhere to go and nothing to become. He is already at the destination. He is already home. This is the ultimate rebellion. To be at home in yourself. To be so satisfied with your own existence that the marketplace has nothing to offer you. When you reach this state, you are truly free. You can still use the marketplace. You can still buy your bread and your clothes, but you are no longer a slave to them. You are a guest in the world, not a prisoner of it. I want to thank those of you who have supported this channel through super thanks and by becoming a member. Your contributions are the fuel that keeps this vehicle of truth moving. You are the patrons of the new man, the supporters of the rebel. Because of you, we can reach millions of souls who are crying out for freedom. As we move toward the conclusion of this discourse, I want you to feel the presence of the rebel within you. He is there in the silence between your thoughts. He is there in the longing of your heart. He is there in the fire of your awareness. Don't let him be smothered by the dust of the marketplace. Protect him. Listen to him. Follow him. The brutal warning is not a message of despair. It is a call to action. It is a call to wake up before it is too late. The machine is fast, but awareness is instantaneous. The machine is strong, but the soul is eternal. You have been bought and sold many times in the marketplace of the world. But today you can decide to be not for sale. You can decide to reclaim your soul. You can decide to be a rebel. The stars are waiting for your dance. The wind is waiting for your song. The universe is waiting for your awakening. Don't keep them waiting any longer. Drop your chains. Drop your masks. Drop your voluntary slavery. Be a rebel. Be Zorba the Buddha. Be whole. As I have said in Satya Ki Pyas, the truth is not a thing to be possessed. It is a quality to be lived. Live your truth. Live your freedom. Live your love. And in that living, the marketplace will disappear and the temple of being will appear. This is the only way to be truly human. This is the only way to be truly free. Go deep into your silence. Find your original face and then come back to the world. But don't be of the world. Be a light. Be a flame. Be a rebel. The marketplace is full of souls for sale, but yours is a flame that cannot be bought. Remember this, and let your life be a testament to the power of the soul. I am with you on this journey. We are all in this together. The rebellion has begun, and it will not stop until every soul is free, until every voluntary slave has woken up and reclaimed his own divinity. Wake up, the sun is rising. It is time to leave the marketplace and enter the forest of your own being. I love you. I celebrate you. I am waiting for you in the silence. Stay aware. Stay rebellious. Stay free. Stay aware. Stay rebellious. Stay free. Because the truth is not something you attain in the future. It is a presence. that you rediscover when you stop running toward the horizon. You have been running for so long that you have forgotten how to stand still. And the marketplace loves your movement because your movement produces profit. Your anxiety produces needs. Your restlessness produces consumption. But your silence produces nothing for the machine. Your silence is the death of the marketplace. My beloved ones, as we come to this final part of our journey together, I want you to look deep into the mirror of your own soul. If these words have been a hammer for your chains, if you feel a new sense of space opening up within you, then I invite you to make this connection permanent. Subscribe to this channel not as a follower of Osho, but as a fellow traveler on the path of rebellion. Let this be your reminder every day that you are not a machine. And if this discourse has helped you see the invisible bars of your cage, hitting the like button and sharing this video is your way of helping others to wake up. We are creating a chain of awareness to break the chain of slavery. You see, the modern slave is a very sophisticated creation. He is not kept in place by iron bars, but by ideas. He is kept in place by the idea of duty, the idea of patriotism, the idea of success. In Beyond Psychology, I discuss how these ideas are implanted in your mind through constant repetition, what I call social hypnosis. You have been told thousands of times that you must belong, that you must be productive, that you must be useful. And because you have heard it so often, you have started to believe it is your own voice. But it is not your voice. Your voice is the silence. Your voice is the laughter. Your voice is the song that arises when you are doing something for no reason at all. I want to speak to you about the uselessness of the soul. In the marketplace, everything has a use. A chair is for sitting, a car is for driving, a worker is for producing. But what is the use of a soul? It has no use. You cannot use a soul to build a bridge. You cannot use a soul to win a war. You cannot use a soul to increase the GDP. And because the soul is useless, the marketplace has tried to discard it. It has tried to tell you that the soul is a myth, that only the body and the mind are real. But I tell you, the useless is the only thing that makes life worth living. The useful things are for survival, but the useless things are for life. Survival is a necessity, but life is a luxury. And I want you to be the most luxurious beings in existence. Not in the sense of having more things, but in the sense of having more being. If you are ready to explore the vast, useless, and beautiful territory of your own soul, I highly recommend that you delve into my ebooks linked below. They are not useful in the marketplace sense. They will not help you get a promotion or a better mortgage, but they are essential for your freedom. They are the chronicles of my own rebellion, and they are designed to ignite the rebellion in you. The new man, the rebel, is a man who has integrated the Zorba and the Buddha. He knows that the earth is beautiful and the sky is beautiful. He doesn't deny the marketplace, but he doesn't let it become his master. He uses money, but he is not used by money. He lives in a house, but he knows he is a traveler. He is a stranger in a strange land. This sense of being a stranger is the first sign of awakening. If you feel like you don't fit into this world, if you feel like the values of the society are insane, don't worry. It means you are becoming sane. To be adjusted to a crazy society is the ultimate madness. To be unadjusted is the beginning of the truth. In Satya Ki Pyas, I say that the thirst for truth is a madness for the marketplace. The marketplace thinks you are crazy for wasting time in meditation, for sitting silently and doing nothing. It wants you to be busy, but I say to you, be crazily silent, be dangerously aware. The modern slave is always looking for a master. If it's not a priest, it's a politician. If it's not a politician, it's a guru. If it's not a guru, it's public opinion. But the rebel is his own master. This is the harakiri of the ego I spoke about earlier, the death of the need for external validation. When you no longer need anyone to tell you that you are good, you are finally free to be yourself. And being yourself is the greatest challenge, because the society has invested millions of dollars and thousands of years in making sure you are not yourself. It has given you a personality which is just a socially acceptable lie. It has given you a character which is just a set of habits. But underneath the personality, underneath the character, is your individuality. Individuality is a flower. Personality is a plastic decoration. Individuality is a fire. Character is a pile of cold ash. I want you to drop the ash and find the fire. If you want to be a part of this global fire, if you want to support the work of awakening the voluntary slaves of the world, I invite you to click the join button. When you become a member, you are signaling your commitment to the rebellion. You are helping us to keep these discourses free from the influence of the marketplace. Your support through becoming a member or using super thanks is a contribution to the new man. It is an investment in the consciousness of humanity. The marketplace is becoming more and more totalitarian. It is not just about shops and factories anymore. It is about your mind. They are creating a global village, but it is a village of slaves. They want everyone to think the same thoughts, feel the same emotions, and buy the same products. They want a standardized humanity. But the rebel is unique. He is not a standard. He is a one-of-a-kind phenomenon. Existence never repeats itself. Every human being is a new experiment, a new psalm, a new possibility. The marketplace wants to crush this uniqueness and turn you into a type. It wants you to be a middle-class consumer, a loyal employee, a good citizen. I say, be a nobody, because in being a nobody, you remain unique. A somebody is always a type. A nobody is just himself. In The Rebel, I explain that the only way to avoid being crushed by the machine is to become transparent. If you have no ego, the machine has nothing to catch. If you have no hooks of greed or fear, the machine can pass right through you and you remain untouched. This transparency is the goal of meditation. It is to be so silent, so empty, so present that you are like the wind. The wind passes through the trees. It passes through the mountains. It passes through the marketplace. It doesn't get stuck anywhere. It has no identity to protect. It is just a movement. Be like the wind. Be a movement of consciousness. You have been taught to be a stone, solid, fixed, and dead. You have been taught that consistency is a virtue, but consistency is a quality of a machine, not a living being. A living being is inconsistent because he is growing. He is different today than he was yesterday. He will be different tomorrow than he is today. The modern slave is very consistent. You know exactly what he will say, what he will do, and what he will buy. He is a reliable gear. But the rebel is unreliable. He is a surprise, even to himself. This unreliability is your freedom. It means you are not a prisoner of your past. It means you are not a slave to your own image. You are free to change, free to grow, free to disappear, and be born again in every moment. In Satya Ki Pyas, I say that the truth is a thirst. It is not an answer. If someone gives you an answer, they have given you a stone. If they give you a thirst, they have given you a path. I am not here to give you answers. I am here to make you so thirsty for the real that you will be willing to drop all the fake water of the marketplace. The fake water is fame, power, prestige, and money. It looks like water, but it only makes you more thirsty. The real water is your own awareness. It is the nectar that is hidden in your own silence. I want to invite you to look at our ebooks as a way to deepen this thirst. They are not for the casual reader, they are for the seeker. They are for the one who is ready to go beyond psychology, beyond religion, and beyond the marketplace. They are for the one who is ready to be a rebel. The brutal warning is this: the marketplace is trying to buy your soul, and it is using your own desires as the currency. It makes you desire things that you don't need, so that you will work at jobs that you don't love, to impress people that you don't like. This is the cycle of modern slavery. Break the cycle. Look at your desires. Are they yours, or are they implanted? Do you really need that new gadget, or has the advertisement convinced you that you are less than without it? Do you really need that status, or are you just trying to fill the hole of your own inner poverty? The moment you realize that you don't need anything to be whole, the marketplace loses its power over you. You are free to use the marketplace, but you are no longer a slave to it. You are a king who is playing a game in the marketplace. You can walk away at any moment. This walking away is an inner act. You don't have to go anywhere. You just have to disidentify. You have to realize I am in the marketplace, but I am not the marketplace. I have a body, but I am not the body. I have a mind, but I am not the mind. I am the witness. The witness is eternal. The witness is immortal. The witness is the only thing in you that is not for sale. When you anchor yourself in the witness, you become a Zorba the Buddha. You can enjoy the wine of life, the dance of life, the love of life, and yet you remain a silent peak of awareness. You are both the earth and the sky. You are the mud and the lotus. This is the new man. This is the future of humanity. The old man is a slave. The new man is a rebel. The old man is a voluntary slave. The new man is a sovereign individual. The choice is yours. Every moment is a choice. Every breath is a choice. Do you choose the security of the cage or the danger of the open sky? Do you choose the comfort of the marketplace or the truth of your own soul? I know it is not easy to be a rebel. The society will attack you. It will call you names. It will try to make you feel guilty. It will try to bring you back to the herd. But I tell you, one moment of true freedom is worth more than 1,000 years of comfortable slavery. When you stand alone in your truth, the whole universe stands with you. The stars dance for you. The wind sings for you. The existence celebrates your awakening. My beloved ones, I am so grateful to those of you who have supported this vision through the join button and super thanks. You are the friends of the rebel. You are the midwives of the new man. Your support allows us to keep this message alive in a world that is trying to drown it out with the noise of the marketplace. As I conclude this discourse, I want to leave you with a small homework assignment. Tonight, when you are in bed, before you fall asleep, just lie there for 10 minutes and do nothing. Don't think about tomorrow. Don't think about yesterday. Just watch your breath. Just feel the life in your body and ask yourself, who is the one who is watching? Don't look for a verbal answer. Just feel the watcher. This watcher is your soul. This watcher is the rebel. This watcher is the only thing that can never be bought or sold. If you find even a glimpse of this watcher, your life will never be the same again. The voluntary slave will have started his journey back home. The marketplace is closing for the night, but the temple of being is always open. Enter it, live in it, be it. The brutal warning has been given. The original face has been pointed to. The rebellion has been sparked. Now it is up to you. Will you continue to be a resource for the machine, or will you be a soul for the universe? I know what your answer is. In your deepest heart, I have felt it, and I celebrate it. Wake up, the sun is rising, the chains are gone, you are free. Go into the world, but stay in your silence. Be a Zorba the Buddha. Be a rebel. Be whole. And remember, I am always with you. In the silence of your own heart, whenever you are silent, we meet. Whenever you are free, we dance. Whenever you are a rebel, we are one. Goodbye for now, but not really. For in the world of the soul, there are no goodbyes. There is only a meeting that is eternal. Subscribe if you want to continue this journey. Join if you want to build this vision. Share if you want to wake up the world. But most of all, be yourself. That is the only true rebellion. I love you. I bless you. I am waiting for you in the next moment of your awareness.